was 24 years old when I accepted the job of clearing out the estate of a man named Elias Thorne. I was working as a freelance liquidator at the time. It was a fancy title for someone who spent their days sorting through the trash and treasures of the recently deceased. The Thorne property was located 3 hours north of the city in a region where the trees grew so thick they seemed to choke the very sunlight out of the sky. I drove up there on a Tuesday morning in October. The air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and rotting leaves. I remember thinking that the silence of the woods was heavy. It was not the peaceful kind of silence you find in a park. It was the kind of silence that felt like it was waiting for something to happen. The house was a 2-story Victorian structure with peeling white paint and a porch that groaned under the weight of my boots. I had the keys and a legal contract in my pocket. My task was simple. I had to catalog the antiques and separate the valuables from the junk so the lawyers could settle the debts of the estate. Elias Thorne had been a recluse. No one in the nearby town had seen him for over 10 years before he died in his sleep. I expected dust. I expected cobwebs. I expected the mundane smell of mothballs and old paper. I did not expect the feeling of being watched the moment I crossed the threshold. I spent the first few hours working in the foyer and the main parlor. The house was frozen in time. There were stacks of newspapers from the late 90s and heavy velvet curtains that blocked out most of the natural light. I had to use a high-powered flashlight to see into the corners. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I decided to tackle the study on the second floor. That was where I found the portrait. It was propped up on an easel in the center of the room. A heavy canvas sheet covered it, but the shape was unmistakable. I pulled the fabric away and felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the drafty windows. The painting was a portrait of a young man. He looked to be about my age with sharp features and bright blue eyes. He was dressed in a dark suit and stood against a backdrop of stormy clouds. The craftsmanship was incredible. Every brush stroke was precise. The paint looked fresh, as if it had been applied only hours before. I remember leaning in close to look at the eyes. They were so detailed that they seemed to have a depth of their own. I made a note of the portrait in my ledger. I estimated its value at several $1,000s given the quality. I went back to work on the bookshelves, but I found myself looking over my shoulder every few minutes. The eyes of the young man in the painting seemed to follow me. I told myself it was a common optical illusion. It is a trick of perspective that painters use to create engagement. I finished my work for the day and locked the house. I stayed at a small motel 10 miles down the road. That night, I had dreams of footsteps on wooden stairs, but I chalked it up to the stress of being in a dead man's house. When I returned the next morning at 9 o'clock, the sun was hiding behind a thick layer of gray clouds. I unlocked the front door and headed straight for the upstairs study. I wanted to move the portrait to the hallway so I would have more room to sort through the desk drawers. I pulled the sheet back and stopped dead. I felt a knot of ice form in my stomach. The man in the painting had changed. In the 24 hours since I had last seen him, he had aged. The bright blue eyes now had small wrinkles at the corners. The sharp jawline was slightly less defined, and there were faint streaks of gray in his dark hair. I stood there for a long time staring at the canvas. I told myself that the lighting was different. I told myself that I had been tired the day before and had misremembered the details, but deep down I knew that was not true. I had spent 20 minutes cataloging the features of that face. I had written down descriptions of his youthful appearance. I checked my notes. I had written the words "young man" in his early 20s. The man on the canvas now looked like he was at least 35 years old. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps there was some chemical reaction in the paint. Maybe the humidity in the old house was causing the colors to shift and warp. I moved the easel to the far corner of the room and turned it toward the wall. I did not want to look at it anymore. I spent the rest of the day working in the kitchen and the dining room downstairs. I kept the radio on loud to drown out the creaks of the house. Every time the floorboards groaned upstairs, I froze. I felt like there was another person in the house with me. It was a primal instinct. My skin felt tight and the hair on my arms stood up. By 4 o'clock, the light began to fail. I decided to leave early. As I was walking toward the front door, I felt a sudden and overwhelming urge to check the study one last time. I told myself I was being foolish. I told myself that I was letting my imagination run wild, but I could not stop my feet from moving up the stairs. I walked into the study and turned my flashlight toward the corner. The easel was no longer facing the wall. It had been turned back toward the center of the room. I dropped my flashlight and it clattered across the floor. I scrambled to pick it up and shone the beam on the canvas. The man in the painting was now looking directly at me. His face was weathered and lined with deep creases. His hair was almost entirely white. He looked like he was 70 years old. But it was not just the age that terrified me. It was the expression. In the morning, he had looked neutral. Now his mouth was pulled back in a thin line of anger. His eyes were wide and filled with a desperate kind of malice. I did not think. I did not grab my coat. I ran out of that house as fast as my legs would carry me. I fumbled with my car keys in the driveway and peeled out onto the dirt road. I did not stop driving until I reached the bright lights of a gas station 20 miles away. I sat in my car and breathed heavily while I tried to make sense of what I had seen. It was impossible. Paintings do not change. They do not age. They do not move. I told myself that someone was playing a prank on me. Maybe the lawyers or the neighbors wanted to scare me away. I spent the night in the motel with the lights on. I checked the locks on the door every hour. I was terrified, but I was also angry. I had a contract to finish and I did not want to lose the pay. I convinced myself that there was a logical explanation. Maybe there were multiple paintings and someone was swapping them out when I was not looking. It was a weak theory, but it was the only thing that kept me from quitting right then. On the third day, I arrived at the house with a heavy iron wrench in my hand. I was not going to be intimidated. I walked up the stairs with a heavy tread and burst into the study. The room was cold. It was much colder than the rest of the house. I walked over to the easel. The painting was still there. The man in the portrait was now an ancient skeletal figure. His skin was like yellowed parchment stretched over bone. His eyes were sunken into his skull, but they still burned with that same blue fire. He was no longer standing against the clouds. He was reaching forward. His hand was pressed against the inside of the frame as if he were trying to push his way out of the canvas. The paint around his fingers looked wet. It was dripping onto the wooden floor. I stood frozen in horror. I could hear a sound coming from the painting. It was a low wheezing noise like someone struggling for breath through a closed throat. The air in the room began to smell like old dust and decay. I realized then that this was not a prank. There was no one else in the house. This was something that defied everything I knew about the world. My logical mind shattered. I realized that the man in the painting was not just a picture, it was a prison. And whatever was inside, that prison was getting closer to the exit. I backed away from the easel and my heel caught on a loose floorboard. I fell hard and my wrench clattered away. As I looked up, I saw the fingers of the man in the painting twitch. The canvas stretched outward as if a real hand were pressing against a thin sheet of rubber. I heard a dry cracking sound like wood snapping. The frame of the painting was beginning to splinter. I scrambled to my feet and turned to run, but the door to the study slammed shut. There was no wind. There was no one behind it. It just snapped shut with a force that shook the walls. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it would not budge. It felt like it had been welded into the frame. I turned back to the portrait. The figure was halfway out of the frame. One long, withered arm was reaching into the room. The skin was gray and covered in liver spots. The fingernails were long and cracked. I began to scream. I kicked at the door and threw my shoulder against it. Behind me, the wheezing sound grew louder. It was a wet, rattling noise that filled the small room. I could hear the sound of feet dragging across the floor. I did not want to look. I knew that if I looked, I would see that ancient thing standing right behind me. I searched the room for another way out. The window was small and high up. I grabbed a heavy chair and threw it at the glass. It shattered and the cold air rushed in. I did not care about the height. I did not care about the glass shards. I climbed onto the desk and lunged through the broken window. I felt the sharp sting of glass cutting my arms and face as I tumbled out onto the roof of the porch. I rolled off the edge and fell 10 feet into the overgrown bushes below. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but I did not stop. I crawled through the dirt and thorns until I reached my car. I did not look back at the house until I was a mile away. When I finally glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw a figure standing in the upstairs window of the study. It was a tall, thin shadow against the glass. It was not moving. It was just watching me go. I drove straight to the police station in the nearest town. I was covered in blood and dirt, and I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. I told the officer on duty that someone had attacked me at the Thorn estate. I did not tell him about the painting. I knew how it would sound. I told him there was an intruder in the house. 2 officers went up there to investigate while a medic cleaned my cuts. An hour later, the officers returned. They looked confused and a little annoyed. They told me the house was empty. They said they found the broken window and the chair on the floor, but there was no sign of anyone else. I asked them about the painting in the study. One of the officers shrugged. He said there was an easel in the room, but the canvas was blank. He said it looked like it had never been used. He told me that maybe the stress of the job was getting to me. He suggested that I go home and get some rest. I never went back to that house. I told the law firm that I could not finish the job due to a personal emergency. They did not pay me for the work I had done, but I did not care. I moved to a different city and took a job in a warehouse where there are no antiques and no portraits. It has been 5 years since that day. I try not to think about Elias Thorn or the thing that was in his house. But a few months ago, I was browsing the internet and I came across a news article about the estate. The house had finally been sold and renovated. The new owners were a young couple from the city. They were interviewed for a local lifestyle blog. They talked about how much they loved the history of the place. There was a photo of them sitting in the study. The room looked bright and modern now, but in the background I could see the easel. It was still there, and on the easel was a portrait of a young man with bright blue eyes and a sharp jawline. He looked exactly like I did 5 years ago. He was wearing the same shirt I had worn on my last day at the estate. I have not slept well since I saw that photo. I find myself looking in the mirror every morning and checking the corners of my eyes for wrinkles. I check my hair for gray. I know that time passes for everyone, but I feel like mine is moving faster than it should. Sometimes when the house is very quiet, I think I can hear a faint wheezing sound coming from the walls. I do not go into rooms with paintings anymore. I keep my walls bare. I tell myself that I am safe, but I know the truth. That house does not just take your time, it takes your life. And somewhere in that dark woods north of the city, there is a portrait that is waiting for me to grow old. The fear did not stay in the woods. It followed me into the city and settled in the marrow of my bones. For 3 years, I lived in a small apartment with white walls and overhead fluorescent lights that hummed with a sterile electric buzz. I stripped the space of anything that could hold a reflection or a soul. I threw away the mirrors. I covered the windows with thick black plastic. I lived in a world of flat surfaces because I could not shake the feeling that my own image was being stolen from me 1 second at a time. I worked the night shift at a shipping warehouse where the only art was the jagged scrawl of black ink on cardboard boxes. I liked the boxes. They were temporary. They were meant to be opened and then destroyed. They did not hold onto things. I began to notice the changes in the 4th year. It started with my hands. I was lifting a crate of heavy engine parts when I saw a thin blue vein pulsing beneath the skin of my wrist. It was more prominent than it had been the day before. I dropped the crate and stared at my palm. The lines in my skin were deeper. They looked like the dry beds of rivers that had long since evaporated. I ran to the employee restroom and splashed cold water on my face. I did not have a mirror, but I used the polished metal of the towel dispenser to catch a distorted glimpse of my forehead. There was a shadow there, a crease that had not existed when I woke up. I went home and sat in the dark. I counted my breaths. I tried to tell myself that I was 30 years old and that 30 was the age when the body begins its slow and inevitable decline. But this was not the slow work of nature. I could feel the energy being pulled out of me as if a straw had been inserted into my chest. I felt a coldness in my joints that reminded me of the drafty study in the Thorn house. I realized then that the distance did not matter. The contract I had signed was not just for labor, it was a tether. The painting was a mirror and I was the glass. I spent 6 months researching the history of Elias Thorn. I used the computers at the public library because I did not want to have a screen in my own home. I dug through digital archives and scanned old property records from the 19th century. I found that Elias Thorn was not the first owner of the estate. The house had been built by a man named Julian Vane in the year 1842. Julian Vane had been a portrait painter of some renown before he vanished from public life. There were rumors in the old newspapers that he had discovered a way to capture more than just a likeness. One article described him as a thief of shadows. It said that his subjects often fell ill or withered away shortly after their sittings were complete. I found a record of a legal dispute from the year 1860. A family had sued Julian Vane for the return of a portrait of their daughter. They claimed the girl had become a shell of herself while the painting grew more vibrant and lifelike every day. The case was dismissed because the girl died before it could reach a judge. The painting was never found. I realized that the easel in the study was a hungry thing. It had been fed by Elias Thorn for decades. He had been a recluse because he was protecting himself, or perhaps he was simply waiting for a replacement. I was that replacement. I was the new battery for the ancient engine of the house. The urge to go back began as a whisper in the back of my mind. It was a physical pull like gravity. I would find myself standing by my front door with my keys in my hand without remembering how I got there. I would wake up in the middle of the night with the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves in my nostrils. I knew that if I stayed in the city, I would be dead within a year. My hair was turning gray at the temples, and my eyesight was failing. I was a young man trapped in a body that was sprinting toward the grave. I bought a gallon of gasoline and a heavy iron crowbar. I did not care about the laws or the new owners. I did not care about the consequences of my actions. I only cared about breaking the connection. I drove north on a Tuesday morning in November. The sky was the color of a bruised plum and the wind howled through the skeletal branches of the trees. The woods felt even thicker than before. They seemed to lean over the road as if trying to bar my path. I did not slow down. I drove until the white paint of the Victorian house appeared through the mist. The house looked different. The new owners had painted the shutters a bright blue and there were flower pots on the porch. It looked like a happy place. It looked like a home. But as I stepped onto the porch, I felt the same heavy silence that I remembered. It was the silence of a predator holding its breath. I did not knock. I used the crowbar to pry open the front door. The wood splintered with a loud crack that echoed through the foyer. I expected to hear screams. I expected the young couple to come running down the stairs, but the house was empty. The furniture was gone. The bright blue shutters were banging against the walls in the wind. The renovation had been abandoned. I walked through the parlor and saw that the wallpaper was peeling away in long strips. The air was thick with the smell of decay. I climbed the stairs and my boots felt like lead. Each step was a struggle against the weight of my own aging limbs. My heart was thumping a slow and ragged rhythm against my ribs. I reached the second floor and walked toward the study. The door was standing wide open. The room was bathed in a pale gray light from the broken window I had jumped through 5 years ago. No one had fixed the glass. Shards still lay on the floor like diamonds in the dust. In the center of the room stood the easel. The painting was facing the door. I walked toward it and my breath caught in my throat. It was me, but it was not the me that I saw in the polished metal of the towel dispenser. It was the version of me from 5 years ago. The young man in the portrait was glowing with health. His blue eyes were bright and full of life. He looked like he could step off the canvas and walk out into the sunlight. He looked like a god. I looked down at my own hands. They were shaking. The skin was thin and translucent like wet paper. I could see the shape of my bone. I felt a surge of hot rage. This thing had stolen my youth to feed its own vanity. It was a parasite made of oil and pigment. I unscrewed the cap of the gasoline gallon and began to pour the liquid over the easel. The smell was sharp and biting. I soaked the canvas and the wooden frame. I soaked the floorboards and the heavy velvet curtains. As the gasoline hit the face of the young man in the painting, I heard a sound. It was not a wheeze this time. It was a scream. It was a high, thin sound that did not come from the air but from inside my own head. The image on the canvas began to distort. The blue eyes widened in terror. The painted mouth opened as if trying to gasp for air. I pulled a lighter from my pocket and flicked the wheel. The small flame danced in the drafty room. "You do not belong here," I whispered. My voice sounded like dry leaves scraping on pavement. I dropped the lighter onto the base of the easel. The fire erupted with a roar. A wall of orange heat pushed me back toward the door. The gasoline acted like an accelerant, and within seconds the portrait was engulfed in flames. I watched as the face of my younger self began to blacken and bubble. The eyes melted away into streaks of dark blue. The hair curled and turned to ash. The scream in my head reached a deafening pitch. I felt a searing pain in my chest. It felt like my heart was being squeezed by a giant hand. I fell to my knees and gasped for breath. The smoke was thick and black, filling the room with the scent of burnt chemicals and something that smelled like roasting meat. I watched the canvas disintegrate into glowing embers. The wooden frame collapsed and the easel fell into the growing inferno on the floor. As the painting died, I felt a strange sensation. It was like a wave of electricity washing over my skin. The pain in my chest vanished. The coldness in my joints dissolved. I looked at my hands in the light of the fire. The wrinkles were smoothing out. The liver spots were fading away. I could feel the strength returning to my muscles. My vision cleared and the world became sharp and vivid. I was taking it back. I was pulling my life out of the fire. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the stairs. The house was catching fire quickly. The old wood was dry and the flames were spreading along the hallway. I did not look back. I crashed through the front door and ran across the lawn to my car. I stood by the bumper and watched as the Victorian structure became a pillar of fire against the dark sky. The heat was so intense that I had to shield my eyes. I stayed there until the roof collapsed into the cellar. I stayed until the fire trucks arrived from the town 10 miles away. I told the firemen that I had been driving by and saw the smoke. I told them I did not know who lived there. They were too busy fighting the blaze to ask me many questions. I sat on the hood of my car and watched the embers float up into the night air like orange stars. I drove back to the city that night. When I reached my apartment, I went straight to the bathroom and looked at the polished metal of the towel dispenser. I saw a young man with bright blue eyes and a sharp jawline. I saw the person I was meant to be. I laughed until I cried. I went to bed and slept for 14 hours without a single dream. I thought it was over. I spent the next month rebuilding my life. I bought new clothes. I took a job in a bright office with large windows. I started seeing a woman who lived in the apartment below mine. Her name was Clara, and she had a smile that made me feel like the sun was always shining. I told myself that the Thorn house was a nightmare that had finally ended. But a week ago, Clara bought me a gift. She is an amateur photographer and she loves to capture candid moments. She gave me a framed black and white photograph of myself sitting on a bench in the park. I looked happy in the photo. I looked young. I hung it on the wall in my living room because I wanted to prove to myself that I was no longer afraid of images. Last night I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. The apartment was quiet, but I felt a familiar chill in the air. I walked into the living room and looked at the photograph. The glass was cold to the touch. In the photo, I was still sitting on the bench, but my expression had changed. I was no longer smiling. My face was turned toward the camera and my eyes were wide with a desperate kind of malice. I looked closer and saw a small gray smudge on my temple in the photograph. It looked like a streak of gray hair. I ran to the hallway and looked in the mirror I had recently installed. My hair was dark. My skin was smooth. I looked back at the photograph. The gray smudge was larger now. It was spreading across the top of my head like a stain. I realized then that Julian Vane had not just built a prison in a house. He had discovered a law of the universe. Life cannot be owned. It can only be borrowed. I had burned the original vessel, but the hunger had not died. It had simply found a new home. It was in the photograph. It was in the mirrors. It was in the eyes of everyone who looked at me. I took the photograph off the wall and smashed the glass. I tore the paper into 1,000 tiny pieces and flushed them down the toilet. But this morning when I woke up, I found a small wrinkle at the corner of my eye. It is faint, but it is there. I can hear the wheezing sound again. It is not coming from the walls this time. It is coming from my own chest. I am writing this down because I know that my time is short. I am 29 years old, but I feel the weight of a century pressing down on me. I have stopped looking in mirrors. I have stopped taking photos. I stay in the dark and wait for the sun to go down. I know that somewhere out there another young man is looking for work. He is looking for a way to make some easy money. He will find a listing for a liquidation job or an estate sale. He will drive into the woods or into a quiet suburban neighborhood, and he will find a beautiful house that feels like it is waiting for him. And in that house, he will find a portrait. It might be a painting or a photograph or a digital image on a screen. He will look into the eyes of the man in the picture and he will feel a sudden chill. He will think it is an optical illusion. He will think it is a trick of the light, but he will be wrong. It is not a trick. It is a vacancy. And I am just waiting for him to sign the contract so I can finally come home. The sunlight that filters through the blinds of my apartment feels like a physical weight against my skin. It is no longer a source of warmth or comfort. It is a spotlight that reveals the steady erosion of my existence. Every morning I wake up and feel the skin of my face pulling tighter against the bone. I do not need a mirror to tell me that the theft has resumed. I can feel the moisture leaving my eyes and the elasticity vanishing from my joints. The process is faster now than it was at the house. It is as if the fire I started only served to make the hunger more desperate. The energy is bleeding out of me and into the world around me. I am becoming a ghost while I am still drawing breath. I have spent the last 3 days sitting in the center of my living room floor. I have removed every shiny surface from the apartment. I threw the toaster into the trash. I covered the television with a thick wool blanket. I even painted over the chrome faucets in the bathroom with a matte black spray that does not reflect a single ray of light. I live in a tomb of dull textures because I cannot bear to see the stranger who is taking over my body. My hands are the only things I cannot hide from myself. They are the hands of a man who has worked in the sun for 80 years. The knuckles are swollen and the skin is mottled with brown spots that look like spilled coffee. I try to keep them tucked into my sleeves, but the stiffness makes it impossible to ignore. I thought about Clara today. I thought about the way she looked at me when we first met. She saw a young man with a future. She saw someone who could grow old with her. She does not know that I have already grown old in the span of a month. I have stopped answering her knocks at the door. I have stopped responding to the messages she leaves on my phone. I can hear her voice through the wood of the door sometimes. She sounds worried. She sounds like she wants to help. But if I let her in, she will see a monster. She will see the hollowed out shell of the man she loved, and the sight will break her. I cannot allow her to be a witness to this theft. I cannot risk the hunger jumping to her. If she looks into my eyes for too long, she might find herself caught in the same web. The wheezing in my chest has become a rhythmic scratching sound. It sounds like a needle on a vinyl record that has reached the end of the music. It is the sound of my lungs struggling to find air in a body that is becoming too small for them. I realized this afternoon that the destruction of the house was a mistake. I thought I was breaking a curse, but I was actually breaking a cage. When the painting was in the study, it was contained. It was a single point of focus for the hunger. Now that the canvas is ash, the hunger is everywhere. It is in the air. It is in the water. It is looking for a new vessel to inhabit, and I am the only door it has left. I found a letter under my door this evening. It was not from Clara. It was a formal envelope with a heavy wax seal. There was no return address and no stamp. I opened it with fingers that felt like dry twigs. The paper inside was thick and yellowed. The handwriting was a sharp and elegant script that I recognized immediately. It was the same handwriting I had seen in the ledger books at the Thorne estate. It was the hand of Julian Vane. The letter said that a masterpiece is never truly finished. It said that an artist does not die as long as his work remains. It said that I have been a most excellent canvas, but the time has come for a final coat of paint. The letter did not explain how a man who died over a century ago could send a message to a modern apartment. It did not need to explain. I understand now that time is not a line for men like Julian Vane. It is a circle. He is not a ghost haunting a house. He is a predator inhabiting a process. He found a way to bridge the gap between the living flesh and the frozen image. He found a way to live forever by trading the lives of others for the permanence of art. I am not the first, and I will not be the last. I am merely the current medium for his immortality. I decided to leave the apartment when the sun went down. I could not stay in that dark box any longer. I put on a heavy coat with a high collar and pulled a hat low over my brow. I wore gloves to hide my hands. I walked out into the cool night air and felt the city humming around me. People passed me on the sidewalk without a second glance. To them, I was just another old man shuffling through the shadows. They did not see the youth that had been stripped from me. They did not see the invisible tether that was pulling me toward the north. I found myself at the edge of the city where the lights begin to fade into the woods. I did not have a car this time. I walked along the shoulder of the highway for miles. My legs ached and my breath came in ragged gasps, but I could not stop. The pull was stronger than my own will. It was the gravity of the void. I walked until the trees became thick and the air turned cold with the scent of damp earth. I walked until I reached the charred remains of the Thorne estate. The ruins looked like a blackened ribcage rising out of the ground. The fire had taken the wood and the fabric, but the stone foundation remained. The cellar was a dark pit filled with ash and twisted metal. I stood at the edge of the clearing and watched the moon rise over the skeletal trees. The silence was absolute. There were no crickets and no owls. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath in this place. I walked toward the center of the ruins where the study had once been. The floorboards were gone, but the stone hearth of the fireplace stood tall and defiant. And there in the center of the ash was the easel. It should have been destroyed. I had watched it burn. I had seen the flames consume the wood until nothing was left but glowing coals. But it stood there now as if it had never been touched by fire. The wood was dark and polished. The metal hinges gleamed in the moonlight, and on the easel was a new canvas. It was blank. It was a blinding white rectangle that seemed to pull all the light out of the night. I approached it with a sense of profound exhaustion. I knew what I had to do. There was no other way to stop the pain. There was no other way to save myself from the slow rot of the seconds. I reached out and touched the surface of the canvas. It was not cold like fabric. It was warm and soft like human skin. It pulsed beneath my fingertips with a slow and steady heartbeat. I sat down on a blackened stone and looked at the white space. I began to speak. I told the canvas about my life. I told it about the warehouse and the boxes and the way the fluorescent lights hummed. I told it about Clara and the way her hair smelled like jasmine. I told it about the fear that had lived in my bones for 5 years. As I spoke, the canvas began to change. Colors began to bleed out of the white. Deep blues and rich browns appeared as if they were rising from the depths of a pool. Lines formed and shadows deepened. I watched as my own face began to emerge from the void. It was not the face of the old man I had become. It was the face of the boy I used to be. It was the face of the man who had first stepped into this house with a crowbar and a dream of a better life. The eyes were bright and full of hope. The jaw was strong. The skin was clear and vibrant. I felt a sudden lightness in my chest. The wheezing stopped. The pain in my joints vanished. I felt a surge of energy that made me want to run for miles. But as the image grew more detailed, I felt myself fading. My hands became transparent. I looked down and saw the ash through my own chest. I was not being cured. I was being transcribed. My soul was being moved from the meat to the oil. My memories were being etched into the pigment. I was becoming the masterpiece. I felt a moment of pure terror as the world around me began to dim. The trees and the ruins and the moon faded into a gray mist. The only thing that remained was the canvas. I am inside the painting now. It is a strange and beautiful world. The colors are more vivid than anything I ever saw in the physical realm. The light never changes. There is no wind and no cold. I am frozen in a moment of perfect youth. I can see the clearing and the ruins from my vantage point on the easel. I can see the moon hanging eternally in the sky. I am safe from the rot of time. I am safe from the wrinkles and the gray hair. I am permanent. But I am not alone. I can feel the presence of the others. I can feel Julian Vane hovering just outside the frame. He is the one who holds the brush. He is the one who keeps the colors bright. He whispers to me in the silence. He tells me that I am his greatest work. He tells me that he will keep me here forever. He tells me that he is already looking for the next canvas. He needs a new subject to provide the energy for the background. He needs a fresh life to fill the empty spaces of the world he has built. I wait here in the dark woods north of the city. I wait for the sound of a car engine or the crunch of boots on the dry leaves. I wait for a young man with a curious mind and a need for money. I will look out from my frame and I will catch his eye. I will show him a version of himself that he has never dared to imagine. I will show him beauty and strength and a life without end. I will beckon him closer with the silent promise of immortality. And when he reaches out to touch the canvas, I will be ready. I will reach back through the veil and I will take everything he has. I will trade my stillness for his motion. I will trade my silence for his voice. I will go home to the city and I will find Clara and I will live 1,000 lives before the hunger finds me again. The cycle will continue because the art must never end. The house is gone, but the contract is eternal. I am the portrait and I am waiting for you. The silence within the canvas is not a lack of sound, but a density of being. I exist in a state of suspended animation where the pulse of the world has slowed to a crawl. From my vantage point on the easel, I see the clearing as a charcoal sketch of reality. The blackened ribs of the Thorn estate do not change. The moon does not move. I am a prisoner of a single perfect second. My body feels heavy and light at the same time as if I am made of lead and light. I can see my hands resting on the painted bench and they are flawless. There are no spots and no tremors. There is only the smooth surface of the oil that has become my skin. I wait for the sound of the world to return. It begins as a low vibration in the earth beneath the easel. It is the sound of a heavy engine struggling against the incline of the dirt road. I feel a surge of electricity through the pigment of my eyes. A pair of headlights cuts through the gray mist of the clearing, and the light hits the canvas like a physical blow. The colors of my world flare into a blinding intensity. I see a white sedan pull to a stop near the stone foundation. The door opens and a man steps out into the cool night air. He is young. He is perhaps 23 years old, and he wears a faded denim jacket that is too thin for the autumn chill. He carries a flashlight in one hand and a folded piece of paper in the other. He looks at the ruins with a mixture of confusion and a strange kind of hunger. I know that expression. It is the look of a man who has nothing left to lose and everything to gain from a stroke of luck. He shines the light toward the center of the clearing, and the beam washes over the easel. I see his breath hitch in the cold air. He does not run. He walks toward me with the slow and deliberate pace of a man who is walking into a dream. He reaches the edge of the stone hearth and stops. He holds the flashlight steady, and the circle of light illuminates my face. I watch him through the veil of the paint. I see the way his eyes widen as he takes in the detail of the work. He sees the vibrant blue of my eyes and the sharp line of my jaw. He sees a version of humanity that is better than anything he has ever encountered in the mirrors of the real world. He reaches out a hand, and I feel the heat of his palm through the air. He is so close that I can see the individual pores on his skin. He is full of the life that I have lost. He is a vessel of motion and heat and blood. I focus every ounce of my will on the movement of his fingers. I am not a person anymore. I am a vacuum. I am a hollow space that needs to be filled. Julian Vane whispers in the back of my mind, and his voice is like the scraping of a dry brush on a coarse surface. He tells me to wait for the contact. He tells me that the bridge is almost complete. The young man touches the corner of the frame. He marvels at the way the wood feels warm to the touch. He does not understand that he is touching a living thing. He does not know that he is looking at his own replacement. The moment his index finger brushes against the surface of the oil, the world explodes into a kaleidoscope of sensory input. I feel a rush of cold air against my face. I hear the rustle of the leaves and the distant hum of the city. I smell the scent of damp earth and gasoline. The transition is violent and sudden. I am no longer looking out from the canvas. I am standing on the ash and the soot of the Thorn estate. I feel the weight of the denim jacket on my shoulders. I feel the solid earth beneath my boots. I am breathing. My lungs expand with a sharpness that brings tears to my eyes. I am 23 years old, and the world is a riot of sound and color. I look down at my hands. They are calloused and stained with grease, but they are young. The skin is supple and the veins are strong. I drop the flashlight and it clatters against a stone. I look at the easel and I see the new occupant. The man in the painting is no longer smiling. He is an old man with eyes full of a century of regret. He is the person I was only moments ago. He looks out at me with a desperate malice, but he is frozen. He is a masterpiece of misery trapped in a rectangle of wood and cloth. He is the price of my resurrection. I do not look back as I walk to the white sedan. I do not care about the man in the painting or the ghost of Julian Vane. I have a life to reclaim. I climb into the driver's seat and turn the key. The engine roars to life, and the sound is the most beautiful music I have ever heard. I drive away from the ruins and toward the city lights that glow on the horizon like a promise. I feel the hunger fading into a dull ache in the center of my chest. I tell myself that I will be careful this time. I will avoid the cameras and the mirrors. I will live in the shadows, and I will never let anyone capture my image. But as I reach the outskirts of the city, I see my reflection in the rearview mirror. My eyes are bright and my skin is smooth. I look at the man in the glass and I feel a familiar chill. The reflection does not move when I blink. It stays fixed and focused on me with an intensity that makes my blood turn to ice. I realize then that the debt is never truly paid. I have traded one prison for another. I am the hunter now, but the shadow of the prey is still stitched to my soul. I drive into the heart of the city and I wonder how long it will take before the first wrinkle appears. I wonder who will be the next one to find the house in the woods. I am home, but the door is still standing wide open. The car seat feels like a throne of velvet and iron. I grip the steering wheel with hands that are no longer trembling. The skin is smooth and the heat of my own blood is a miracle that I have not felt in what feels like an eternity. I look at the dashboard and see the clock glowing in the dark. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. The numbers are bright and sharp. I do not need glasses to see them. I do not need to squint against the dim light of the interior. I am a machine of bone and muscle that has been reset to its factory settings. I pull the car onto the main road and feel the tires bite into the gravel. The sound is a roar of triumph. I am leaving the ruins of the Thorn estate behind, and I am taking the life of the boy in the denim jacket with me. I look at the registration papers in the glove box. His name was Marcus. He was 24 years old. He lived in a small apartment on the south side of the city. He had a job at a grocery store and a bank account with $342 in it. He was a ghost before I ever touched him. He was a man with no family and no deep roots. He was the perfect canvas for a swap. I feel a flicker of guilt, but it is drowned out by the sheer physical joy of being able to take a deep breath without coughing. My lungs are vast caverns of oxygen. My heart is a steady drum that does not skip a beat. I am the masterpiece now, and the world is my gallery. I drive through the empty streets of the city and watch the streetlights pass over the hood of the car like waves of amber water. I avoid the gaze of the rearview mirror. I know that if I look too closely, I might see the eyes of the man I left behind. I might see the static image of the old man staring back at me from the glass. I keep my eyes on the road and focus on the sensation of the accelerator beneath my foot. I am moving. I am changing. I am a creature of momentum. I reach the apartment building on the south side and park the car in a space that has the name Marcus painted on the asphalt in white letters. I walk up the stairs and the movement is effortless. I do not have to stop to catch my breath. I do not feel the ache in my knees. I am a god of the mundane. The apartment is small and smells of stale coffee and laundry detergent. It is a palace compared to the tomb I have been living in for the last month. I walk into the bathroom and turn on the light. I close my eyes for a long time before I gather the courage to look into the mirror. I have spent weeks covering every reflective surface in my old life, and the habit is hard to break. I slowly open my eyes and see a stranger. He is handsome in a rough and unpolished way. He has dark hair that falls over his forehead and a jawline that could cut paper. He is vibrant. He is real. I reach out and touch the glass. The reflection moves in perfect sync with my hand. There is no delay. There is no flicker of the old man. I am hidden inside this skin like a letter inside an envelope. I spend the next 3 days learning how to be Marcus. I go to his job at the grocery store and I stack cans of soup and boxes of cereal. I nod to the people who speak to me and I use his voice to say things that do not matter. The voice is deeper than my own and it feels like a heavy coat that I am wearing. I watch the way people look at me. They see a young man who is a little quiet and a little tired. They do not see the ancient hunger that is coiled in the center of my chest. They do not see the way I watch the light hit the surfaces of the world. I am obsessed with the way the sun reflects off the puddles in the parking lot. I am fascinated by the way the shadows stretch across the floor at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I am a student of the visible world. But the hunger is not gone. It has only changed its shape. I find myself standing in front of the art supply store for an hour after my shift ends. I look at the tubes of oil paint and the bundles of brushes with a longing that makes my teeth ache. I tell myself that I must stay away from the art. I tell myself that the paint is the trap. I tell myself that I have escaped the cycle and that I should just live this simple life until the end of my days. But the whispers of Julian Vane are still there. They are faint now, like the sound of a radio in another room, but they are persistent. He tells me that a canvas cannot remain empty forever. He tells me that the beauty I have stolen needs to be recorded. He tells me that I am an artist and an artist must create. I buy a sketchbook and a set of charcoal pencils. I tell myself that drawing is safe. It is not oil, it is not permanent, it is just dust on paper. I sit in the park and I draw the trees and the people and the dogs. I draw with a fever that I cannot control. My hand moves across the page with a grace that Marcus never possessed. I am capturing the essence of the world in black and white. I am making the world stand still. People stop to watch me work. They whisper about the talent of the boy in the denim jacket. They do not know that they are watching a man who has been refined by a century of stolen time. They do not know that every line I draw is a thread that connects me back to the easel in the woods. I think about Clara every night. I wonder if she is still knocking on the door of my old apartment. I wonder if she has called the police or if she has given up on the man who turned into a monster. I want to go to her. I want to stand on her doorstep and tell her that I am back. I want to show her this new face and tell her that it is me, but I know that I cannot. She would see the truth in my eyes. She would see the way I look at her not as a person, but as a subject. She would see the hunger. I am a predator who has forgotten how to be a lover. I am a collection of stolen moments and borrowed features. If I touched her, I might accidentally pull the life right out of her. I cannot risk her becoming a sketch in my book. The dreams start on the 7th night. I am back in the clearing and the moon is a giant eye in the sky. I am standing in front of the easel and the painting is changing. The old man is gone. In his place is a portrait of Clara. She is beautiful and she is weeping. The tears are made of real water that drips off the canvas and onto the charred earth. I reach out to wipe them away, but my hands are made of charcoal. I smudge her face and her features begin to blur. She screams, but there is no sound. I wake up in the dark with the smell of turpentine in my nose. I look at my hands and they are covered in black dust. I have been drawing in my sleep. I look at the walls of the apartment and they are covered in sketches of her. Hundreds of them. They are pinned to the wallpaper and taped to the ceiling. It is a gallery of obsession. I realize then that Julian Vane did not just give me a new body. He gave me his curse. He gave me the need to capture the world and hold it captive. I am not Marcus, and I am no longer the man I was. I am a vessel for the process. I am the brush and the paint and the canvas all at once. I try to burn the sketches, but the paper will not catch fire. I hold a lighter to the corner of a drawing of Clara's hand, and the flame just licks the surface without leaving a mark. The art is protected. The art is eternal. I scream into the empty apartment, but the sound is swallowed by the paper on the walls. The faces in the drawings seem to turn their heads to look at me. They are waiting for the next step. They are waiting for the color to return. I find myself walking toward the north side of the city. I do not have a car anymore because I sold the white sedan to buy more supplies. I walk for hours until my feet are sore and my legs are heavy. I reach the edge of the woods and I see the glow of the moon through the trees. I know that the easel is still there. I know that the old man is waiting for me to return. I tell myself that I am going there to destroy it. I tell myself that I will find a way to break the frame and tear the cloth. I will end the cycle once and for all. But as I step into the clearing, I see that the easel is not empty. There is a new canvas on it. It is blank and white, and it is pulsing with a slow heartbeat. I stand before the void, and I feel the weight of the charcoal pencils in my pocket. I feel the urge to draw, to create, to capture. I look at the ruins of the house, and I see a figure standing in the shadows of the fireplace. It is a man in a long black coat with a silver-tipped cane. He does not have a face. He has a blur of colors where his features should be. He is the artist. He is Julian Vane. He does not speak, but I hear his voice in the marrow of my bones. He tells me that the world is a messy and chaotic place. He tells me that only art has order. He tells me that I have done well to bring the sketches, but now I must provide the oil. He points his cane at the blank canvas, and I feel a sharp pain in my chest. I reach into my pocket and I pull out a knife. I do not know where it came from. I do not remember buying it. It is a silver blade with an ivory handle. I hold it against my palm and I feel the cold steel. I look at the canvas and I see a faint outline of a door. It is the door to my old apartment. It is the door that Clara used to knock on. I understand what is required. I must bleed for the art. I must give my own life to bring the color back to the world. I am the medium and the sacrifice. I press the blade into my skin, and the blood that flows out is not red. It is a deep and vibrant blue. It is the blue of the sky at dusk. It is the blue of Clara's eyes. I begin to paint with my fingers. I smear the blue across the white space, and the image of the door begins to solidify. I use the red from my other palm to paint the wood. I use the gold from my veins to paint the handle. I am pouring myself into the work. I feel the strength leaving my body, but I do not care. I am making something beautiful. I am making something that will last forever. I see the door open, and I see Clara standing there. She is smiling. She is reaching out for me. She is perfect. She is a masterpiece. I reach out to touch her hand, and I feel the familiar pull. The world around me begins to dim. The trees and the moon and the faceless man fade into a gray mist. I am back inside the frame, but this time I am not alone. I am standing in the hallway of my old apartment. I can hear the sound of the city outside the window. I can smell the scent of jasmine. I see Clara standing in front of me, and she is real. She is warm. She is breathing. I reach out and I take her hand, and it is the most wonderful sensation I have ever known. We walk into the living room, and I see the television covered with the wool blanket and the toaster in the trash. I see the matte black faucets in the bathroom. I see the life I tried to hide from, but it is different now. The colors are so bright that they hurt my eyes. The shadows are so deep that they look like holes in the floor. I look at Clara and I see the lines of oil paint on her skin. I see the brush strokes in her hair. I realize that we are not in the real world. We are in the painting of the apartment. We are trapped in a moment of domestic bliss that will never end. We will never grow old. We will never get sick. We will never die. We will sit on this floor for 1,000 years and we will be happy. But then I hear the sound from the other side of the door. It is the sound of a heavy engine. It is the sound of boots on dry leaves. It is the sound of a young man with a curious mind and a need for money. He is standing in the clearing and he is looking at the easel. I look at the door of the apartment and I see that it is also the surface of the canvas. I see the silhouette of the young man through the wood. He is reaching out to touch us. He is reaching out to become part of the art. I feel a surge of panic. I do not want him to come in. I do not want to share this perfect world with anyone else, but I know that I cannot stop him. The hunger is not mine anymore. It belongs to the painting. It belongs to Julian Vane. The door begins to creak open, and a sliver of the gray mist from the clearing spills into the room. I see the young man's finger touch the handle, and I feel the world begin to shake. I hold Clara's hand tighter, and I close my eyes. I pray that the colors will hold. I pray that the oil will not crack. I pray that the masterpiece is finally finished. But in the silence of the painted room, I hear the scratching of a needle on a vinyl record. I hear the wheezing in a chest that is becoming too small for its lungs. I hear the voice of the artist whispering that there is always room for another coat of paint. I feel the brush descend from the sky, and I feel the cold, wet stroke of a new color across my face. I am being erased to make room for the next subject. I am being painted over. I scream, but the sound is just a smudge of white on a background of blue. The art continues, and the world turns, and I am nothing but a layer of history beneath the surface of a beautiful lie. The bristles of the cosmic brush are cold and heavy as they drag across my vision. I feel the blue of the sky and the red of the door being smothered by a thick and suffocating layer of lead white. The image of Clara begins to dissolve into a pale mist. Her hand in mine is no longer warm flesh, but a hardening ridge of dried pigment. I try to pull her closer, but my arms are locked in the pose of a finished subject. I am being buried beneath the new layer of the world. The young man in the woods has stepped into the frame, and his arrival demands a clean surface. I am the primer for his future. I am the base coat for his tragedy. The transition is a slow and agonizing erasure. I watch as the apartment walls are painted over with the gray bark of trees and the dark shadows of the forest floor. The ceiling of my sanctuary is replaced by a canopy of leaves that are rendered in sharp and jagged strokes. I can still hear the voice of the young man, but it is muffled by the thickness of the oil. He is talking to himself. He is marveling at the quality of the light. He is touching the edge of the canvas with a finger that feels like a mountain pressing against my ribs. I want to tell him to run. I want to scream that the beauty he sees is a graveyard of souls. But my mouth is a smear of white, and my lungs are filled with the scent of linseed oil. I sink deeper into the weave of the cloth. I pass through the layer of my own life and into the strata of those who came before me. I see the faces of 100 men and women who were also promised eternity. They're stacked like thin sheets of paper in a dark drawer. I see the old man I was only a week ago. He is there in the darkness of the lower layers, and his eyes are still full of that century of regret. He does not look at me. He is focused on the weight of the paint above him. We are all part of the foundation now. We are the hidden history of the masterpiece. We are the texture that gives the surface its depth. The pressure of the new world becomes absolute. The young man has begun to paint his own reality over our remains. I feel the sharp tip of his brush tracing the outline of a new face. He is using a vibrant yellow for the sun and a deep green for the grass. He is happy. He thinks he has found a treasure in the ruins. He thinks he is the master of his own destiny. I feel the vibration of his heartbeat through the wood of the easel. It is a fast and frantic rhythm. It is the sound of a clock that is winding down. He does not know that every stroke he makes is a signature on a death warrant. He does not know that Julian Vane is standing behind him in the shadows of the fireplace. The faceless artist is silent as he watches the new boy work. I can feel the presence of Vane even through the layers of paint. He is the gravity of this place. He is the one who keeps the colors from running. He is waiting for the boy to reach the peak of his talent. He is waiting for the moment when the boy realizes that he can never capture the true essence of the light. That is when the hunger will return. That is when the boy will look into the mirror and see the first wrinkle. That is when he will begin to search for a way to stay young. The cycle is a perfect circle, and we are the ink that draws the line. I lie still in the darkness of the third layer. I am no longer Marcus, and I am no longer Julian. I am a memory of a memory. I think about the city lights that I saw from the window of the white sedan. I think about the smell of the grocery store and the sound of the coins in the bank machine. Those things feel like dreams from a life I never lived. They were just sketches on a page that was meant to be turned. I realize now that the house in the woods is the only real thing in the world. Everything else is just a temporary arrangement of light and shadow. The city is a gallery, and the people are just portraits waiting to be framed. I hear a new sound from the surface. It is the sound of a woman calling out a name. It is a voice that is full of worry and love. It is not Clara, it is someone else. It is a sister or a mother or a wife. She has followed the boy to the edge of the woods. She is standing at the perimeter of the clearing, and she is afraid of the silence. I feel the boy pause in his work. I feel his heart skip a beat. He is torn between the art and the person. He wants to go to her, but the canvas is calling him back. The colors are too bright to leave. The image is almost finished. I want to reach out from the depths and pull her away. I want to tell her to leave the boy to his fate and never look back, but I am just a layer of blue and red beneath a field of green. I have no voice, I have no hands, I am part of the trap. I feel the boy turn back to the easel. I feel the brush hit the cloth with a renewed intensity. He is painting her into the scene. He is capturing her worry and her love and the way the moon hits her hair. He is making her eternal. He is killing her with every stroke of his hand. The woman enters the clearing and the trap is sprung. I feel the shift in the air. I feel the hunger of the painting reach out like a cold hand. The boy does not see the danger until it is too late. He is lost in the process. He is a god of the mundane and he is creating a new world. The woman walks toward the easel and she looks at the canvas. She sees herself. She sees the beauty and the horror of the image. She sees the layers of the past peeking through the edges of the new paint. She sees my eye in a patch of shadow. She sees the hand of the old man in the roots of a tree. She screams and the sound is a jagged line across the silence. The boy drops his brush and it clatters against the stone. The same stone where I dropped my flashlight. The same stone where the first drop of blood was spilled a century ago. The woman turns to run, but the woods have changed. The trees are taller and the shadows are deeper. The path back to the road is gone. There is only the clearing and the easel and the faceless man in the black coat. Julian Vane steps out of the shadows and he holds out his silver-tipped cane. He points it at the woman and the world begins to tilt. I feel the layers of paint begin to churn. The oil is becoming liquid again. The colors are mixing and blurring. The green of the grass is being stained by the red of the door. The white of my erasure is being pushed aside by the blue of the sky. We are all rising to the surface. The past is coming back to claim the present. I see the face of the boy through the swirling mist. He is terrified. He is looking at his hands and he sees the grease and the charcoal. He sees the age creeping into his skin. He is becoming the old man. He is becoming the price of the resurrection. The woman is pulled toward the canvas by an invisible force. She's being drawn into the weave of the cloth. She is fighting, but her movements are becoming stiff and formal. She is being posed. She is being turned into a masterpiece. The boy tries to help her, but he is falling into the shadows. He is being pushed down into the layers where I used to hide. He is becoming the foundation. He is becoming the primer. The roles are being traded once again. The hunter is the prey, and the prey is the art. I feel a sudden burst of light as the surface of the painting breaks. I am no longer beneath the white. I am standing in the clearing once again. I am wearing the denim jacket and my hands are young and strong. I am the boy and the boy is me. We have swapped places in the chaos of the transition. I look at the woman and I see the face of Clara. The painting has changed her to fit my memory. She is looking at me with eyes that are full of confusion and fear. She does reach out her hand and I take it. Her skin is warm, her heart is beating. I do not look at the easel. I do not look at the man in the black coat. I do not look at the old man who is now trapped in the frame. I pull the woman toward the edge of the woods. I find the path that was not there a moment ago. We run through the trees and the sound of our breathing is a frantic music. We reach the road and I see the white sedan parked on the shoulder. The engine is still warm. The clock is still glowing with the time of 2 o'clock in the morning. We climb inside and I turn the key. The car roars to life and I drive away from the ruins. I drive toward the city lights that glow on the horizon like a promise. I do not look in the rearview mirror. I do not want to see the eyes of the reflection. I do not want to see the shadow of Julian Vane stitched to my soul. I focus on the road and the feeling of the steering wheel in my hands. I tell myself that this time will be different. I tell myself that I will never pick up a brush or a pencil again. I will live a life of silence and shadows. I will protect the woman by my side from the hunger of the art. But as we reach the outskirts of the city, I feel the familiar chill in the center of my chest. The hunger is not gone. It is only waiting. I look at the woman and I see the way the streetlights pass over her face like waves of amber water. She is beautiful. She is perfect. She is a subject that needs to be recorded. I feel my hand twitching as if it is holding a piece of charcoal. I feel the urge to pull over the car and find a piece of paper. I want to capture the curve of her jaw and the depth of her eyes. I want to make her stand still forever. I realize then that the debt is never truly paid. The door to the apartment is still open and the canvas is never empty. I am home, but I am not alone. I am carrying the ghosts of 100 artists in my blood. I am the vessel for the process. I am the brush and the paint and the sacrifice. I look at the woman and I see the lines of oil paint on her skin. I see the brush strokes in her hair. I wonder how long it will take before the first wrinkle appears. I wonder who will be the next one to find the house in the woods. I drive into the heart of the city and I pray for the darkness to stay. I pray for the colors to fade, but I know that the masterpiece is never finished. It is only waiting for the next layer of history to be applied. The city at 3 o'clock in the morning is a desert of concrete and sodium vapor. I drive the white sedan through the empty intersections and I feel the weight of the woman in the passenger seat. She is breathing in a steady and rhythmic way that suggests sleep, but her eyes are wide open. She is staring at the dashboard as if she can see the gears turning behind the plastic. I do not ask her name. I do not want to know who she was before the painting claimed her. To me, she is only the shape of Clara. She is the light on the cheekbone and the shadow in the hollow of the throat. She is the perfect composition that I have chased through a century of dust and charcoal. I turn the car onto the street where my old apartment building stands and I feel a cold shiver of recognition. The brickwork is a deep and bruised purple under the street lights. The windows are rows of black teeth. We climb the stairs in silence. Every step is a heavy thud that echoes in the marrow of my bones. I fumbled with the keys at the door of apartment 4B and I felt the metal bite into my palm. It is a real key. It is a real door, but as I push it open, I expect to see the gray mist of the clearing or the faceless man standing by the window. Instead, there is only the smell of stale air and the sight of the furniture covered in white sheets. It looks like a room full of ghosts. I lead the woman inside and she stands in the center of the living room. She does not move. She does not speak. She is waiting for the next instruction from the artist. I realize that she is not a person anymore. She is a collection of memories that have been given a temporary form. She is a sketch that has been colored in with the blood of the boy in the woods. I walk to the corner of the room and I pull the wool blanket off the television. The glass screen is a dark mirror that reflects my face. I look younger than I have felt in a lifetime, but there is a hardness in my eyes that no youth can mask. I see the traces of the old man in the way I hold my shoulders. I see the influence of Julian Bain in the way my fingers twitch toward the surface of the screen. I want to draw on the glass. I want to use the dust to create a new world. I turn away from the reflection and I look at the woman. She is still standing in the same spot. The light from the street filters through the blinds and creates a series of horizontal stripes across her body. She looks like she is behind bars. She looks like a prisoner of the frame. I go to the kitchen and I open the cabinets. They are empty. There is no food and no water. There is only a single jar of linseed oil and a set of brushes that I do not remember owning. They are laid out on the counter with a surgical precision. The bristles are made of fine hair and the handles are carved from dark wood. I touch the tip of the smallest brush and I feel a spark of electricity travel up my arm. It is a call to action. It is a demand for production. I look at the white walls of the apartment and I see them as a series of blank canvases. I see the potential for 1,000 masterpieces. I see the way the shadows in the corner could be deepened into a forest. I see how the ceiling could be opened up into a stormy sky. The woman turns her head and looks at me. Her eyes are the color of the ocean during a gale. She reaches out a hand and touches the wall. Where her fingers meet the plaster, a faint smudge of blue appears. It is the same blue that flowed from my veins in the clearing. It is the color of the sky at dusk. It is the color of the lie that we are living. She is leaking pigment. She is losing her solidity. I grab her hand and pull her away from the wall, but the blue stain remains. It is a permanent mark on the reality of the room. I realize that we cannot simply exist here. We are active elements in a chemical reaction. We are the solvent and the solute. We are the paint that refuses to dry. I lead her to the bedroom and I sit her down on the edge of the mattress. The sheets are cold and thin. I sit beside her and I take her hand in mine. I want to tell her that everything will be fine. I want to tell her that we have escaped the house in the woods and the faceless man. But the words feel like stones in my mouth. I cannot speak because the silence is part of the composition. If I speak, I might break the tension of the scene. I might cause the colors to run. I watch the clock on the bedside table. The red numbers flicker with a steady pulse. It is 4:15 o'clock, then it is 4:16. The time is moving, but it feels artificial. It feels like a loop of film that is being played over and over again. I stand up and I walk to the window. I look down at the street and I see a figure standing under the lamp post. It is a man in a long black coat. He is holding a silver-tipped cane. He does not have a face. He is looking up at my window and I can feel his gaze in the center of my chest. He is not surprised that I am here. He is the one who directed the car. He is the one who provided the brushes. He is the one who is waiting for the next layer to be applied. I close the blinds and I lean my forehead against the cool glass. I am trapped in a gallery that spans the entire world. There is no place where the art does not reach. There is no escape from the vision of Julian Vane. I return to the living room and I pick up the jar of linseed oil. I unscrew the cap and the scent fills the apartment. It is the smell of creation and decay. It is the smell of the museum and the grave. I take the largest brush and I dip it into the oil. I walk to the wall where the blue smudge is and I begin to spread it. I do not think about what I am doing. I let the hand move on its own. I am a passenger in my own body. I am the medium for a higher power. I paint a door on the wall. It is not the door to the apartment. It is the door to a garden that does not exist. I use the shadows from the corner to create the soil. I use the light from the street to create the flowers. The woman comes out of the bedroom and watches me work. She does not try to stop me. She moves closer and she touches the painted garden. Her fingers sink into the wall as if it is made of water. She smiles and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It is a smile that contains all the joy and all the sorrow of the human race. She steps into the wall and she disappears into the garden. I see her walking among the painted lilies. I see her sitting on a bench made of charcoal lines. She looks back at me and she beckons me to follow. She wants me to join her in the safety of the two-dimensional world. She wants me to become part of the masterpiece. I hold the brush and I look at the opening in the wall. I can feel the pull of the canvas. I can feel the promise of a life without pain or age. I can see the perfection of the garden and the eternal light of the painted sun. But I also see the layers beneath the surface. I see the faces of the people who were there before us. I see the boy from the woods and the old man with 100 years of regret. They are the roots of the lilies. They are the stones in the path. I know that if I step through that door, I will eventually be painted over. I will become the base coat for the next dreamer who finds the brushes. I drop the brush and I back away from the wall. I cannot do it. I cannot give up the mess and the chaos of the real world for the order of the art. I want the dirt under my fingernails and the salt of my own tears. I want the ticking of a clock that actually leads to an end. I run to the door of the apartment and I throw it open. I run down the stairs and out into the street. The cool air of the morning hits my face and it feels like a slap. I look for the man in the black coat, but he is gone. The lamp post is empty. The street is a blank slate. I walk toward the center of the city. I do not have a plan. I do not have a destination. I only know that I must keep moving. I must stay ahead of the brush. I must find a place where the colors are not so bright and the shadows are not so deep. I pass a shop window and I see my reflection. I am fading. My skin is becoming translucent. I can see the bricks of the building through my chest. I am losing my density. I am becoming a ghost in a world of solid objects. The art is reclaiming its materials. The oil is calling to the oil. I reach a park and I sit on a wooden bench. I watch the sun begin to rise over the buildings. The sky turns a pale yellow and then a vibrant orange. It is a beautiful sunrise, but I can see the brush strokes in the clouds. I can see the way the light is being applied in thin glazes. The world is a painting that is being created in real time. We are all characters in a narrative that we did not write. We are all subjects in a portrait that will never be finished. I close my eyes and I try to remember the smell of jasmine. I try to remember the sound of Clara's voice. But the memories are being replaced by the scent of turpentine and the sound of a canvas being stretched. I feel a hand on my shoulder. It is a light and delicate touch. I open my eyes and I see a young girl standing in front of me. She is holding a sketchbook and a box of crayon. She looks at me with a curious expression. She tells me that I have a very interesting face. She asks if she can draw me. I look at her innocent eyes and I feel a surge of terror. I want to tell her to throw the book away. I want to tell her to run as far as she can from the beauty of the world. But I cannot speak. My jaw is locked in a position of weary contemplation. My hands are folded in my lap like the hands of a statue. The girl sits on the grass and opens her book. She takes a black crayon and she begins to trace the outline of my head. I feel the pressure of the crayon on the air around me. I feel the lines being drawn on the surface of my soul. She is capturing my likeness. She is taking my essence and putting it on the page. I feel myself becoming thinner and thinner. I am being transferred from the bench to the paper. I am becoming a sketch. I am becoming a memory. I look at the sun one last time and I see the face of Julian Vane in the center of the light. He is smiling. He is happy with the progress of the work. The girl finishes her drawing and she shows it to me. It is a simple and crude image, but it has a strange power. It looks more like me than I do. It captures the sadness in my eyes and the lines of age on my forehead. She asks me if I like it. I try to nod, but I am already part of the paper. I am a collection of wax and pigment. I am a layer of history in a child's sketchbook. She closes the book and she stands up. She runs back to her mother, who is waiting by the fountain. I watch them walk away and I feel a sense of peace. I am no longer the artist. I am no longer the sacrifice. I am just the art. The world continues to turn and the colors continue to change. New layers are added every day. New stories are written over the old ones. The city grows and decays and grows again. The house in the woods remains in the shadows, waiting for the next curious mind. Julian Vane stands by the fireplace and holds his silver-tipped cane. He is the guardian of the order. He is the master of the masterpiece. And somewhere deep beneath the surface of the world, I am still there. I am the blue of the sky. I am the red of the door. I am the hidden texture that gives the lie its depth. I am the silence between the brushstrokes. I am the finished work. The child walks away with the sketchbook tucked under her arm, and I feel the final tether to the physical world snap like a dry reed. I am not the man on the bench anymore. I am the graphite and the wax on the page. I am the memory of a face that she will forget by the time she reaches the age of 10. I am a ghost in a closed book. The park around me begins to blur at the edges as if a wet sponge is being pressed against the horizon. The trees lose their individual leaves and become broad washes of green. The sky is no longer a vast expanse of air, but a flat plain of cerulean blue that feels as hard as enamel. I try to stand up, but my legs are only suggestions of movement. I am a figure in a landscape, and the landscape is folding in on itself. I find myself back in the hallway of the apartment building, but it is not the building I left. The walls are made of canvas and the floorboards are painted with such detail that I can see the fake grain of the wood. I walk toward apartment 4B and the door is already open. Inside, the woman who looks like Clara is sitting at the kitchen table. She is not eating or drinking. She is staring at a bowl of fruit that is made of thick impasto. The apples are too red and the grapes are a bruised purple that looks like ink. She looks up at me and her eyes are flat. The depth is gone. She is a beautiful rendering of a human being, but there is no soul behind the paint. She asks me if I am hungry, and her voice sounds like the rustle of paper. I tell her that I cannot eat the colors. I tell her that we are trapped in the middle of a gallery, and the spectators are watching us from the other side of the air. I go to the window and I try to look out at the street, but there is nothing there. The glass is painted white from the outside. It is the primer. It is the void that exists before the artist decides what the world should be. I realize that the city was only a temporary sketch. The park and the girl and the sunrise were all part of a transition. We are being moved into a new frame. I hear the sound of a heavy brush scraping against the exterior of the building. The sound is deafening. It vibrates through the floor and into the soles of my feet. Someone is painting over the apartment. Someone is adding a new layer of reality over our heads. I grab the woman by the hand and I pull her toward the center of the room. I tell her that we must find a way to stay solid. We must find a way to resist the blending. The ceiling begins to dissolve into a swirl of gray and black. It looks like a storm cloud, but I know it is only charcoal. The dust falls on us like soot. It covers our skin and fills our lungs. I cough and the sound is a dry rattle. The furniture begins to lose its shape. The table melts into a puddle of brown oil. The chairs stretch into long, thin lines that reach for the corners of the room. We are in the middle of a deconstruction. The artist is changing his mind. He is erasing the scene to make room for something else. I look at my hands and I see that my fingers are beginning to smudge. The outlines of my body are soft and blurry. I am losing the battle against the medium. I see a flicker of light in the corner of the room. It is a small square of gold that does not belong to the gray world of the apartment. I move toward it and I see that it is a hole in the canvas. It is a tear in the fabric of the painting. I peer through the hole and I see a workshop. It is a vast space filled with half-finished statues and stacks of empty frames. There are jars of pigment that reach to the ceiling and brushes as large as trees. In the center of the room, a man is standing at a giant easel. He is wearing a smock that is stained with every color imaginable. He is tall and his back is turned to me, but I know the shape of his head. I know the way he holds the palette. It is Julian Vane. He is not a ghost in the woods. He is the architect of the entire world. He turns around and he looks directly at the hole in the canvas. He sees me. He does not look surprised. He looks tired. He looks like a man who has been working on the same project for 1,000 years and cannot find the right way to finish it. He puts down his brush and walks toward the easel. His footsteps sound like thunder. He leans in close and his eye fills the entire opening. It is a massive orb of brown and gold. I can see the reflection of the apartment in his pupil. I can see the woman standing behind me. He speaks and his voice is a low vibration that shakes the very atoms of my being. He tells me that I am a stubborn subject. He tells me that I refuse to settle into the composition. He says that he has tried to give me a life of peace in the city and a life of beauty in the garden, but I always try to break the frame. I shout back at him and I ask him why he will not let us go. I ask him why he needs to trap us in the oil and the light. He sighs and the breath smells like turpentine and old roses. He tells me that he is not the one who is trapping me. He says that the art is a hunger that exists outside of him. He is only the servant. He is only the hands that move when the hunger demands to be fed. He tells me that every person in the world is a stroke of paint on a canvas that they cannot see. He says that most people are happy to be the background. Most people are content to be the sky or the grass, but some people are born with too much pigment. Some people are born with a light that refuses to be contained. He says that I am one of those people. He says that he has been trying to find a place for me since the day I was born. He reaches out a hand and I see a finger as large as a pillar moving toward the hole. He is going to seal the tear. He is going to trap us back in the gray room. I grab the woman and I tell her to jump. I tell her that we must go into the workshop. We must face the artist in his own house. She looks at the golden light and she looks at the giant eye and she is terrified. She says that she is afraid of falling. She says that she is afraid of being unmade. I tell her that we are already being unmade. I tell her that the only way to be real is to step out of the picture. I take her hand and I pull her through the hole. We fall through the air and the sensation is like being poured from a bottle. We hit the floor of the workshop and the impact is hard and cold. We are no longer made of paint. We are made of flesh and bone again. I feel the weight of my own body. I feel the thud of my heart in my chest. I look up and Julian Vane is towering above us like a mountain. He looks down at us and he smiles. It is a sad and knowing smile. He tells us that no one has ever jumped out of the painting before. He says that we have broken the rules of the gallery. He says that we are now anomalies. We are errors in the system. He sits down on a giant stool and he looks at us with interest. He asks us what we plan to do now that we are free. I look around the workshop and I see the infinite possibilities of the space. I see the raw materials of creation. I tell him that I want to go back to the world where things die. I tell him that I want to live in a place where the sun sets and does not come back up until the morning. I want to live in a place where the colors fade and the memories are lost. He laughs and the sound is like the ringing of a giant bell. He tells me that there is no such place. He says that the world I remember was just another painting. It was a more complex one with more layers and more shadows, but it was still a work of art. He says that there is nothing outside of the workshop. There is only the creator and the created. I look at the woman and I see that she is crying. Her tears are real. They are wet and salty and they run down her cheeks in a way that no brush could ever capture. I realize then that Julian Vane is wrong. There is something more. There is the feeling of the hand in mine. There is the choice to stay or to go. There is the will to exist even when the artist has given up on the sketch. I tell him that he is a liar. I tell him that he is just a man who is afraid of the dark. He is afraid of the blank canvas, so he fills it with ghosts and memories. He is afraid of being alone, so he creates a world of prisoners. He looks at me and his expression hardens. He says that I am ungrateful. He says that he gave me a chance to be eternal. He gave me a chance to be a masterpiece. He reaches for a large brush and he dips it into a jar of black ink. He says that if I do not want to be part of the beauty, then I will be part of the darkness. He begins to paint the floor around us. He is creating a void. He is painting a hole that leads to nowhere. The black ink spreads across the wood like a hungry shadow. It swallows the light and it swallows the sound. I see the woman beginning to sink into the blackness. She is screaming, but I cannot hear her. The silence is absolute. I look for something to fight back with. I see a jar of white lead on a nearby table. I run to it and I grab a handful of the thick paste. I throw it at the black ink. Where the white hits the black, a spark of gray appears. It is a middle ground. It is a space where something can exist. I grab more white and I begin to smear it on the floor. I am painting my own path. I am creating a bridge out of the void. Julian Vane looks at me with fury. He tells me that I am not an artist. He says that I am a vandal. He says that I am ruining his work. He tries to hit me with the brush, but I dodge the bristles. They are as thick as ropes and they smell of death. I continue to paint the white path. I am moving toward the edge of the workshop. I am moving toward a door that I can see in the distance. It is a small door and it is made of plain wood. It does not have any gold or any paint on it. It looks like a real door. I reach back and I grab the woman by the waist. I pull her out of the black ink and I set her on the white path. We run toward the door and the sound of our feet is the only thing I can hear. Julian Vane is shouting behind us, but his voice is getting fainter. He is becoming part of the background. He is becoming a figure in a painting that I am leaving behind. We reach the door and I grab the handle. It is cold and it is made of iron. I turn it and the door opens with a heavy groan. We step through the doorway and we are hit by a blast of cold wind. We are standing on a hillside in the middle of a winter night. The sky is full of stars and they are not painted. They are distant and cold and indifferent. The ground is covered in snow and it is not white paint. It is frozen water. I look back at the door, but it is gone. There is only a stone archway covered in ivy. I look at the woman and I see that she is shivering. I take off my jacket and I put it around her shoulders. She looks at me and her eyes are full of wonder. She asks me where we are. I tell her that I do not know. I tell her that we are in a place where the story has not been written yet. We are in a place where the colors are our own. We begin to walk down the hill toward a small light in the valley. It is a steady light and it does not flicker. It is the light of a house where people are sleeping. It is the light of a world that is messy and loud and temporary. As we walk, I feel a sharp pain in my hand. I look down and I see that my fingers are stained with black ink. It will not wash off. It is deep in the skin. It is a reminder of where I came from. I realize that I will always carry the mark of the artist. I will always see the world in terms of light and shadow. I will always hear the sound of the brush in the back of my mind. But I am not the paint anymore. I am the one who holds the brush. I am the one who decides where the line begins and where it ends. We reach the road and we start to walk toward the light. The snow crunches under our boots and the sound is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. It is the sound of reality. It is the sound of a life that is being lived in the present tense. I do not look back at the hillside. I do not look for the house in the woods. I focus on the woman by my side and the warmth of her hand in mine. I tell myself that this is the beginning. I tell myself that the masterpiece is finally finished because I have walked out of the frame. But as the sun begins to rise over the distant mountains, I see a thin line of red on the horizon. It is a perfect line. It is a line that looks like it was drawn with a single stroke of a fine brush. I feel a chill in the center of my chest. I wonder if the artist is still watching. I wonder if he's just waiting for us to settle into this new landscape before he picks up the palette again. I look at the woman and I see the way the morning light catches the gold in her hair. She is beautiful. She is perfect. I feel the urge to find a piece of charcoal. I feel the hunger starting to stir in my blood. I close my eyes and I pray for the strength to keep my hands empty. I pray for the courage to live in a world that is not a work of art. I walk into the light of the new day and I try to forget the smell of linseed oil. I try to forget the face of the man in the black coat. I try to be human. I try to be nothing more than a shadow passing through the light. The world is wide and the air is cold, and for the first time in 100 years I am afraid of the dark. I am afraid of the light. I am afraid of everything that can be seen. But I keep walking because the only other choice is to stand still and let the paint dry. And I have spent enough time being a masterpiece. I want to be a mistake. I want to be a blur. I want to be the part of the painting that the artist decides to throw away. I walk into the valley and I do not look back. The valley is deeper than it appeared from the crest of the hill. The light in the distance remains a small and steady amber pulse. It is the only thing that suggests the world has a heart. I hold the hand of the woman and I feel the pulse of her blood against my palm. It is a jagged and uneven rhythm. It is not the smooth and calculated stroke of a master. It is the frantic beat of a creature that knows it can die. We walk through the snow, and the cold is a physical weight. It is a sharp knife that cuts through the thin fabric of our clothes. I do not mind the pain. The pain is a proof of existence. It is a sensation that cannot be captured by a brush or a tube of oil. It is a raw and honest thing that belongs only to the moment. The trees in this valley are different from the trees in the park or the woods near the house of Julian Vane. They are gnarled and broken. They have limbs that have been snapped by the wind and trunks that are scarred by the passage of time. They are not beautiful. They are survivors. I reach out and touch the bark of a pine tree and the texture is rough and dry. It does not feel like a layer of paint. It feels like a history of winters and storms. I pull a small piece of the bark away and I see the pale wood underneath. It is a wound. I realize that in the world of the painting there were no wounds that did not serve a purpose of composition. Here the wounds are just wounds. They lead to decay and they lead to the end. The woman stops walking and she leans against the trunk of the tree. Her breath comes in short and white clouds. She looks at me and I see that her face is pale. The perfection of her features is beginning to wear away. There are dark circles under her eyes and her lips are cracked from the frost. She is becoming human. She is losing the glow of the canvas. I ask her if she can continue, and she nods, but her eyes are heavy. She tells me that she feels as if she is becoming heavier with every step. I tell her that it is the gravity. I tell her that we are no longer light and shadow. We are mass and volume. We are subject to the laws of a universe that does not care about our beauty. We move forward and the snow becomes deeper. It reaches our knees and every step is a struggle against the earth. I look up at the stars again and I try to find a pattern. I try to find the hand of the artist in the arrangement of the lights. But the stars are scattered without a plan. They are burning balls of gas in a vacuum that is too large to comprehend. There is no frame to hold them in place. There is no edge to the sky. The realization makes me dizzy. I feel as if I am standing on the edge of a cliff that has no bottom. I have spent my entire life inside a box and now the lid has been taken away. We reach a stream that cuts through the center of the valley. The water is black and it moves with a soft and gurgling sound. It is not the static blue of the fountain in the park. It is a living thing that is carving its way through the stone. I kneel down and I cup my hands in the water. I bring it to my lips and the taste is metallic and cold. It shocks my teeth and it wakes up my throat. It is the first thing I have ever truly tasted. Everything before this was a suggestion of flavor. This is the truth. I offer some to the woman and she drinks greedily. She looks at the water and she asks if the artist made this too. I tell her that I do not think so. I tell her that I think this is the place where the paint runs out. As we cross the stream, I see a shape moving in the shadows of the trees. It is a large animal with glowing eyes. It does not look like a creature from a sketchbook. It is lean and hungry, and it watches us with a cold intelligence. It is a wolf. In the world of Julian Vane, a wolf would be a symbol of danger or a touch of wilderness to balance a scene. Here the wolf is just a predator. It does not want to be a part of a story. It wants to eat. I pick up a heavy branch from the ground and I hold it in front of me. I feel a surge of adrenaline. It is a chemical fire that burns away the last of the turpentine in my veins. I am not a subject. I am a man defending his life. The wolf growls and the sound is low and guttural. It vibrates in the air. It circles us and the snow crunches under its paws. I stare into its eyes and I do not see the reflection of a gallery. I see the hunger of the void. I shout at the animal and the sound of my voice is loud and harsh. It echoes off the hills. The wolf pauses and it tilts its head. It decides that we are not worth the effort, or perhaps it senses that we are made of something strange. It turns and vanishes into the darkness. I drop the branch and my hands are shaking. I am terrified and I am exhilarated. I have survived a moment that was not scripted. We reach the edge of the woods and the light is much closer now. It comes from a small house made of gray stone. There is a chimney and a thin ribbon of smoke rises into the night air. There is a fence made of iron and a gate that hangs on one hinge. We walk toward the gate and I feel a sense of dread. I wonder who lives in a house at the edge of the world. I wonder if we will find another artist waiting for us with a fresh canvas and a sharp knife. I tell the woman to stay behind me. I reach out and I push the gate open. It screams as the metal rubs against the stone. The front door of the house opens before I can knock. An old man stands in the doorway. He is wearing a heavy wool coat and he holds a lantern in his hand. The light of the lantern is warm and yellow. He looks at us and he does not seem surprised. He does not look like Julian Vane. His face is a map of wrinkles and his hands are stained with soil and grease. He looks at our clothes and he looks at the black ink on my fingers. He steps back and he motions for us to come inside. He says nothing. He just points toward the fireplace where a heap of logs is burning. The heat of the room is overwhelming. It feels like a physical blow. We sit on a wooden bench near the fire, and the warmth begins to thaw our frozen limbs. The pain of the returning blood is sharp and stinging. I look around the room and I see that it is filled with tools. There are saws and hammers and jars of nails. There are no brushes. There are no easels. There are no paintings on the walls. The walls are bare stone, and they are beautiful because they are nothing more than what they appear to be. The old man brings us 2 bowls of soup. It is thick and brown, and it smells of onions and salt. I eat the soup and I feel the life returning to my body. I look at the old man and I ask him where we are. He sits down in a rocking chair and he looks at the fire. He says that we are in the Valley of the Forgot. He says that this is the place where the things that do not fit go to rest. He tells us that he was once a builder in a city that no longer exists. He says that he realized one day that the buildings he was making were not real. They were only shells for a play that was being performed by ghosts. He walked away from the city and he kept walking until he found this valley. He says that he has been here for 50 years and he has never seen the sun rise in the same way twice. I ask him if he knows Julian Vane. The old man spits into the fire. He says that Julian Vane is a man who is obsessed with the idea of perfection. He says that Julian is a man who cannot stand the thought of a world that he cannot control. He calls Julian a jailer of the soul. He tells me that there are many artists like Julian and they all have their own galleries. They all have their own worlds where they trap the light and the people. He says that the world is a series of layers and most people never find the way out of the first one. He looks at me and he says that I have a look of a man who has seen the back of the moon. The woman falls asleep on the bench and her head rests on my shoulder. I watch the flames and I think about the girl with the sketchbook. I wonder if she is still sitting on the bench in the park. I wonder if she ever looks at the drawing of the old man and feels a sense of loss. I wonder if the drawing is still there or if it has faded into a smudge of gray. I realize that it does not matter. The drawing is not me. The memory is not me. I am the man sitting in the stone house with the smell of wood smoke in my hair. I am the man who is afraid of the morning. The old man tells me that we can stay here as long as we like. He says that there is plenty of work to be done. He says that the fence needs to be fixed and the wood needs to be chopped. He says that in this world we must make our own heat and we must grow our own food. There is no magic here. There is only the labor of the hands. I tell him that I would like to work. I tell him that I want to move my muscles until they ache. I want to feel the weight of a hammer. I want to build something that will fall down in 100 years. I want to be a part of the cycle of ruin. I sleep that night on a pile of blankets near the hearth. My dreams are not made of colors. They are made of sounds. I hear the wind in the trees and the sound of the stream. I hear the heartbeat of the woman sleeping beside me. I do not see the house in the woods. I do not see the silver-tipped cane. I am in a dark place and it is a good darkness. It is the darkness of a seed in the ground. It is the darkness of a world that is waiting to begin. When I wake up, the sun is coming through the small window of the house. I stand up and I walk to the glass. I look out at the valley and I see that the snow is melting. The ground is brown and wet. I see the old man standing in the yard with an axe in his hand. He is splitting a log and the sound of the wood cracking is sharp and clean. I go outside and the air is crisp. I breathe in and I do not smell turpentine. I smell the wet earth and the melting ice. I walk over to the old man and I ask him if I can help. He hands me the axe and he points to a pile of logs. He tells me to keep my feet wide and to swing from the shoulders. I take the axe and the handle is smooth and worn. It fits into my hand as if it was made for me. I lift the axe above my head and I bring it down on the log. The wood splits with a satisfying thud. I feel the vibration in my arms and in my chest. I do not think about the composition. I do not think about the light. I only think about the center of the log. I swing again and again. I feel the sweat beginning to break out on my forehead. I feel the strength of my own body. The woman comes out of the house and she watches me. She is wearing a heavy shawl and her face is bright in the morning sun. She looks at the valley and she smiles. She goes to the garden and she begins to pull the dead weeds from the frozen ground. She is not a figure in a landscape. She is a woman working in the dirt. We spend the day in silence. We work until the sun begins to set. The sky turns a pale orange and then a deep violet. It is a beautiful sunset, but it is not a perfect one. There are clouds that are messy and there are streaks of gray that do not make sense. It is a sunset that belongs to no one. As the light fades, I look down at my hands. The black ink is still there. It is a stain that will never leave me. I realize that I can never be entirely free of the artist. I will always see the world through the eyes of a man who was once a masterpiece. I will always notice the way the light hits the edge of a leaf or the way the shadows pool in the corners of a room. But I will not let the beauty trap me again. I will not let the hunger of the art consume the reality of the life. I will carry the ink like a scar. It is a reminder of the prison I left behind. We sit at the table with the old man and we eat bread that he has baked in the stone oven. The bread is hard and it tastes of grain and salt. We talk about the weather and we talk about the work for the next day. We do not talk about the city or the apartment or the man in the black coat. Those things are ghosts and they have no power here. The old man tells us that there is a village 3 days' walk to the south. He says that the people there are simple and they do not ask questions. He says that we can find a place there if we want to. He says that we can start over. I look at the woman and I see that she is thinking about the village. I see the hope in her eyes. I tell her that we will go. I tell her that we will find a house with a garden and a door that we can lock from the inside. I tell her that we will grow old and we will die and we will be buried in the earth. She takes my hand and she squeezes it. She says that it sounds like a dream. I tell her that it is not a dream. It is a reality, and it is the hardest thing in the world to keep. That night I go outside and I stand in the middle of the yard. I look up at the stars and I feel the vastness of the universe. I feel small and I feel insignificant. It is a wonderful feeling. I am not the center of the world. I am not the focus of a game. I am just a man standing in the dark. I hear a sound in the distance. It is a faint scratching sound. It sounds like a brush against a canvas. I freeze and I listen. The sound comes again. It is coming from the trees. I walk toward the sound and I feel the old fear rising in my throat. I tell myself that it is just the wind. I tell myself that it is just the branches rubbing together, but I know that sound. I have lived inside that sound for 100 years. I reach the edge of the woods and I see a figure standing in the shadows. It is not Julian Vane. It is a young man and he is sitting on a stump. He has a sketchbook in his lap and he is drawing the house. He is moving his pencil with a quick and nervous energy. I walk up to him and he looks up. He is startled. He tells me that he did not mean to intrude. He says that he is a traveler and he thought the house looked interesting in the moonlight. He shows me the sketch. It is a good sketch. It captures the ruggedness of the stone and the loneliness of the valley. But it is just a sketch. It is not a trap. I look at the young man and I see the fire in his eyes. I see the hunger for the light. I see the same thing that was in me before the paint took over. I tell him that the house is not as lonely as it looks. I tell him that there are people inside who are living their lives. I tell him that he should be careful what he chooses to draw. I tell him that sometimes the art can become more real than the artist. He laughs and he says that he understands. He says that he wants to capture the soul of the world. I look at him and I feel a great sadness. I want to tell him to run. I want to tell him to throw his pencils into the stream and to go back to the world where things are simple. But I know that he will not listen. The hunger is too strong. I reach into my pocket and I find a small stone that I picked up by the stream. I give it to him. I tell him to keep it in his pocket while he works. I tell him that it is a piece of the world that cannot be drawn. It is a piece of the reality that must be felt. He takes the stone and he thanks me. He goes back to his sketch and I walk back to the house. I do not look over his shoulder. I do not want to see how he sees me. I enter the house and I bolt the door. I lie down next to the woman and I close my eyes. I hear the scratching of the pencil in the distance, but it is getting fainter. The wind is picking up and it is drowning out the sound of the art. I feel the warmth of the fire and the weight of the blankets. I am a man in a house in a valley. I am a mistake in a masterpiece. I am a blur in the corner of a great work. I am happy. I fall asleep, and for the first time, I do not dream of colors. I dream of the silence of the snow. I dream of the path that leads to the village. I dream of the end of the story. The morning arrives with a heavy gray light that does not shimmer or fade at the edges. It is a solid and unyielding light. I wake before the others, and I feel the stiffness in my joints. It is a glorious ache. It is the testimony of a body that has moved through space and resisted the pull of the earth. I stand and walk to the window to see if the young artist is still there. The stump is empty. There is only a small depression in the snow where he sat and the faint marks of his boots leading away toward the mountains. He has taken his vision with him and left the world as it is. I am relieved that I am no longer the subject of a gaze. I am just a part of the morning. The woman wakes soon after, and she looks at me with eyes that are clear and sharp. The softness of the painted lady is gone. Her skin is weathered by the cold and her hair is tangled. She looks real. She looks like someone who has survived a journey through the dark. She asks me if I heard the scratching in the night. I tell her that I heard it, but it could not reach us. I tell her that the walls of this house are made of stone, and the stone does not care about the pencil. We eat a small meal of dried fruit and cold water. The sweetness of the fruit is intense, and it makes my tongue tingle. Every sensation is a discovery. Every moment is a victory over the silence of the gallery. The old man watches us as we prepare to leave. He does not ask us to stay, and he does not tell us to go. He simply exists in the space between the fire and the door. He gives us a small bag of grain and a piece of dried meat. He tells us that the path to the south is marked by the leaning trees. He says that we must not look back because the path behind us is always changing. He says that the memory of the artist is like a fog that tries to pull you back into the frame. I thank him and I shake his hand. His palm is like the bark of the pine tree. It is a history of labor. We step out into the air and the wind is biting. It does not feel like a stylistic choice. It feels like an absence of heat. We walk past the fence and I see the place where I chopped the wood. The logs are still there and they are messy and uneven. They are not the perfect cylinders of a still life. They are the remnants of a struggle. We follow the trail toward the south and the trees begin to change. They are no longer the dark and brooding pines of the valley. They are birches with white bark that peels away like old paper. They are thin and elegant, but they are also fragile. They sway in the wind and they make a sound like 1,000 whispers. The woman walks beside me and she does not complain about the cold. She is focused on the horizon. She tells me that she wants to see a place where the colors are not arranged by a hand. She wants to see a mess of green and brown that has no meaning. I tell her that we are walking toward the truth. I tell her that the truth is often ugly and it is often boring, but it is ours. We reach a ridge and I look down into the next valley. It is wider and more open. I see the faint outlines of buildings in the distance. They are not the ornate towers of the city. They are low and sturdy and they are clustered together for warmth. It is the village. As we descend the slope, the sun climbs higher in the sky. The light is flat and honest. I notice that the black ink on my hands is starting to peel. It is not a magical disappearance. It is the skin renewing itself. The cells of my body are working to push the art away. I rub my fingers together and a small flake of black falls onto the snow. It looks like a dead insect. I realize that the artist did not just paint our surfaces. He tried to paint our essence. But the essence of a human being is not something that can be captured on a canvas. It is a moving target. It is a fire that consumes the fuel of the moment. We reach a small bridge made of timber and the wood is rotting. I can smell the dampness and the decay. It is a wonderful smell. It is the smell of time passing. In the world of Julian Vane, nothing ever rotted. The fruit in the bowls was always ripe, and the flowers in the vases never lost their petals. It was a world of frozen perfection, and it was a tomb. Here the bridge is falling apart because it has served its purpose. It has carried people across the water for years, and now it is returning to the earth. We cross carefully, and the wood groans under our feet. It is a conversation between the material and the weight. On the other side of the bridge, we encounter a man leading a horse. The horse is a massive beast with a thick coat and steam rising from its nostrils. The man is dressed in brown leather, and he has a beard that is flecked with gray. He stops and he looks at us. He does not see two masterpieces escaped from a frame. He sees two travelers who look tired and hungry. He nods to us and he asks if we are headed for the village. I tell him that we are. He says that there is a room at the inn and that the stew is hot. He speaks with a heavy accent that is grounded in the soil. His words are not poetry, they are tools for communication. We continue along the road and the village grows larger. I see smoke rising from dozens of chimneys. I hear the sound of a blacksmith hitting an anvil. The rhythm is steady and it echoes through the valley. It is the heartbeat of a world that makes things. We enter the main street and the people we pass do not stare. They have their own lives and their own burdens. They are busy with the business of existing. There is a woman hanging laundry on a line and the sheets flap in the wind like white flags. There is a child playing with a wooden hoop in the mud. None of it is composed. It is a beautiful chaos. We find the inn at the center of the village. It is a building of white plaster and dark beams. We walk inside and the air is thick with the smell of roasting meat and old ale. It is a heavy and comforting smell. We sit at a table in the corner and a young girl brings us 2 mugs of cider. The cider is tart and it burns slightly as it goes down. I look at the woman and I see that she is crying. The tears are carving paths through the dust on her cheeks. I ask her why she is weeping and she says that she is happy because she is invisible. She says that for the first time in her life, no one is looking at her to see if she is beautiful. I understand what she means. To be a masterpiece is to be a prisoner of the eye. To be a human is to be a part of the shadow. We eat the stew and it is the best thing I have ever known. It is salty and thick and it fills the hollow space in my chest. I feel the warmth spreading to my fingertips. I look at my hands again and more of the ink has flaked away. I am becoming a blank page. I am becoming a person who has no history other than the one I choose to create. The innkeeper is a large man with a red face and a loud laugh. He comes over to our table and he asks us where we come from. I tell him that we come from the north. I tell him that we come from a place of cold and silence. He nods and he says that the north is a hard place for those who are not born to it. He asks me what my trade is. I look at my hands and I think about the axe and the hammer. I tell him that I am a builder. I tell him that I want to work with stone and wood. He says that there is always a need for men who can build. He says that the world is always falling down and it always needs to be put back together. That night we stay in a room under the eaves of the roof. The bed is stuffed with straw and the blankets are heavy and coarse. It is not the silk and velvet of the apartment. It is better. It is firm and it supports the weight of my tired body. I lie in the dark and I listen to the sounds of the village. I hear a dog barking in the distance. I hear the wind whistling through the cracks in the window frame. I hear the breathing of the woman beside me. I feel a sense of peace that is so profound it feels like a physical weight. I think about Julian Vane and his gallery. I imagine him standing in front of the empty frames with his silver-tipped cane. I imagine him wondering where his light has gone. I realize that he can never follow us here. He cannot exist in a world where he is not the creator. He is a man who lives in the reflection of his own mind. He is a man who is terrified of the void, but the void is not a bad thing. The void is the space where the real world grows. It is the silence that allows the music to be heard. In the morning, we go out into the village and I find the master builder. He is a man of few words and he has eyes that measure everything they see. He looks at my hands and he sees the strength in my fingers. He gives me a trowel and he tells me to help him repair a wall at the edge of the town. I spend the day mixing mortar and laying stones. The work is repetitive and it requires a different kind of focus. I have to think about the balance of the stones and the thickness of the mud. I have to think about the gravity. If I do not build the wall correctly, it will fall. There is no magic to hold it in place. The woman finds work at the bakery. She spends her days kneading dough and watching the ovens. Her hands become dusted with white flour instead of black ink. She comes home in the evening smelling of yeast and honey. We sit by the small hearth in our rented room and we talk about the simple things. We talk about the price of grain and the coming of the spring. We are no longer characters in a drama. We are people in a community. Weeks pass and the transformation continues. My skin becomes tanned by the sun and my muscles become hard and corded. The last of the black ink disappears from under my fingernails. I look in a mirror one morning and I do not see the man from the painting. I see a man with a square jaw and a scar on his forehead from a falling stone. I see a man who has been shaped by the world. My features are no longer perfect. They are asymmetrical and they are tired. I have never loved my own face more. One evening, as I am walking home from the wall, I see a man standing by the stream. He is wearing a long coat and he has a sketchbook in his hand. My heart stops for a beat. I think for a moment that the art has found me again. I think that the gallery has expanded its borders. I walk closer and I see that it is the young man from the woods. He looks up and he recognizes me. He smiles and he shows me his book. It is full of drawings of the village. He has drawn the blacksmith and the baker and the children in the mud. He tells me that he has been traveling for weeks. He says that he is trying to find the line where the dream ends and the reality begins. I look at his drawings and I see that they are different now. They are not as clean. They are full of smudges and scratches. They are messy. He says that he found the stone I gave him and he carries it in his pocket. He says that every time he feels himself getting lost in the beauty of a line, he touches the stone to remind himself that the world is heavy. I tell him that he is doing good work. I tell him that the world needs people to see it as it is. He asks me if I ever miss the place I came from. I look at the mountains in the north and I think about the park and the fountain and the girl on the bench. I think about the silence of the canvas. I tell him that I do not miss it. I tell him that I was a ghost there and here I am a man. He nods and he says that he understands. He says that he is going to keep walking until he reaches the sea. He wants to see the water that has no end. I watch him walk away and I feel a sense of closure. The art is not an enemy unless you let it be. It is just another way of trying to understand the mystery. But the mystery is not something to be solved. It is something to be lived. I go back to my house and I find the woman waiting for me. She has a loaf of bread and a bowl of soup on the table. We sit together in the dim light of a single candle. The light flickers and it casts long shadows on the walls. The shadows are not made of charcoal. They are made of the absence of light. We talk about the future. We talk about building a house of our own on the hill. We talk about having children who will never know the name of Julian Vane. We talk about the end of our lives and how we want to be buried under a tree so that we can become a part of the growth. We are no longer afraid of the dark. We are no longer afraid of the end. We have stepped out of the frame and we have entered the flow of time. I realize that the story is over. The narrative that was written for me has been discarded, and I am writing my own lines now. They are simple lines and they are full of errors, but they are mine. I am a man who was once a masterpiece, and now I am a man who is just a man. It is a long fall from the wall of a gallery to the mud of a village street, but it is a fall that has saved my soul. I reach out and I take a piece of bread. I bite into it and I taste the salt and the grain. I taste the truth. I am here. I am alive. I am finished with the paint. The spring arrives not as a sudden burst of color, but as a slow and rhythmic softening of the earth. The ice on the stream cracks with a sound like a hammer hitting a hollow pipe, and the water flows with a new and frantic energy. I spend my mornings on the ridge where the new house is beginning to take shape. The foundations are made of the heavy gray stones I hauled from the riverbed during the final weeks of the frost. My muscles are no longer the elegant lines of a statue. They are thick and functional, and they ache with a heat that feels like life itself. I lift a stone and I feel the grit of the earth against my palms. There is no oil or pigment here to smooth the transition between the object and the hand. There is only the weight and the resistance. I work alongside the master builder whose name is Thomas. He is a man who speaks in measurements and angles. He does not care about the soul of the stone or the poetry of the light. He cares if the corner is square and if the structure will hold against the weight of the snow. I find a deep and abiding comfort in his lack of vision. He sees the world as a series of problems to be solved with wood and iron. When he looks at the frame of our house, he does not see a composition. He sees a shelter. He tells me to hold the beam steady while he drives the iron spike through the timber. The sound of the mallet is a blunt and honest noise. It does not echo with the haunting resonance of the gallery. It is a sound that ends as soon as the work is done. The woman comes to the ridge at midday. Her name is Clara. We have decided that names are important even if they were given to us by a man who did not know us. She brings a basket of bread and a wedge of hard cheese. Her face is flushed from the walk up the hill, and her breath comes in short and ragged gasps. She's not the ethereal beauty who sat on the bench in the park of the painted city. She is a woman who works in a bakery and whose skin smells of wood smoke and flour. She sits on a pile of lumber and watches me work. She tells me that the master baker offered her a permanent position, but she told him that we are building something of our own. She says that she wants to plant a garden in the soil behind the house. She wants to grow things that die in the winter and return in the spring. She wants to participate in the cycle of decay and rebirth. I look at her and I see the way the sunlight catches the stray hairs around her face. It is not a perfect halo. It is a messy and chaotic glow. I realize that I am no longer looking for the meaning in her eyes. I am simply looking at her. We are two people who have survived a miracle, and we are trying to forget it. We do not talk about the gallery anymore. We do not talk about the man with the silver cane or the way the trees used to whisper our secrets. Those things belong to a world that was made of glass and ego. This world is made of mud and sweat. By the time the sun begins to dip behind the western peaks, the skeleton of the house is finished. It stands against the sky like a promise. Thomas packs his tools into a leather bag and nods to me. He says that we will begin the roofing tomorrow if the weather holds. He walks down the path toward the village, and his boots make a steady thudding sound on the damp earth. I stay on the ridge with Clara. We stand inside the frame of our future home and we look out over the valley. The shadows are long and purple, but they do not feel like ink. They feel like the cooling of the world. We walk back to the village as the first stars appear. They are not the brilliant and arranged jewels of the painted sky. They are distant and cold, and they do not care about us. I find this indifference beautiful. In the gallery, every star was a deliberate stroke of a brush meant to evoke a specific emotion. Here the stars are just burning balls of gas in a vacuum. They are part of a universe that is too large to be captured on a canvas. We reach the inn, and the heat from the hearth greets us like a physical touch. The room is full of the voices of the villagers. They are talking about the price of wool and the health of the cattle. They are talking about the mundane details of survival. I sit at the table and I look at my hands. The skin is scarred and the knuckles are swollen. I remember the way Julian Vane used to obsess over the anatomy of a hand. He wanted to capture the tension of the tendons and the transparency of the skin. He wanted to make the hand look like it was about to move. My hands are moving. They are picking up a mug of ale and they are breaking a piece of bread. They are doing the work that hands were meant to do. They are not symbols of labor. They are labor. As the weeks pass, the house on the hill becomes a solid reality. We lay the slate for the roof and we fill the gaps between the stones with mortar. I build a hearth of dark river rock and I carve a mantle from a piece of fallen oak. On the night we move in, we do not have any furniture. We sleep on a pile of blankets on the floor in front of the fire. The smell of the new wood is sharp and sweet. It is the smell of a beginning. I lie awake and I listen to the house settling into the earth. It makes small groaning sounds as the weight of the stones finds its balance. It is a living thing. I think about the young artist who went to find the sea. I wonder if he is still carrying the stone I gave him. I hope that he has found a way to draw the world without trying to own it. I hope he has learned that a picture is just a thin slice of a moment and that the moment itself is what matters. I realize that I do not hate Julian Vane anymore. I feel a strange kind of pity for him. He is trapped in a room of his own making and he can never leave. He is a god of a small and stagnant universe. He will never know the joy of a wall that might fall down or a fire that will eventually go out. The summer comes with a heavy heat that makes the air shimmer above the fields. I spend my days working in the village as a mason. I repair the chimneys and the walls that the winter has damaged. I am becoming a part of the history of this place. My work is visible in the structures that keep people warm and dry. It is a quiet and humble legacy. One afternoon, I am working on the wall of the granary when a traveler stops to ask for water. He is a tall man with a weathered face and he carries a pack full of books. He tells me that he is a teacher from the city in the south. He asks me if I have ever been to the capital. I tell him that I have never been there. I tell him that I have always lived in the valleys. It is a lie, but it is a truth that I have earned. He tells me that the capital is a place of great beauty and great sorrow. He says that there is a famous gallery there where the paintings are so real that people swear they can hear the wind blowing through the trees. He says that the man who created them has disappeared and that the paintings are starting to fade. He says that the colors are losing their luster and the figures in the frames are becoming blurred and indistinct. I feel a shiver run down my spine, but it is not fear. It is a sense of release. I ask him what will happen to the paintings if they continue to fade. He shrugs and says that they will eventually become blank canvases. He says that some people think it is a curse and others think it is a final act of art. I thank him for the news and I give him a ladle of cold water from the well. I watch him walk away and I feel the last tether to the old world snap. The gallery is dying because its inhabitants have left. The light is failing because it was never real light to begin with. It was only a reflection of a memory. I go home to the house on the hill and I find Clara in the garden. She is covered in dirt and she is smiling. She shows me the first green shoots of the vegetables she planted. They are tiny and fragile, but they are reaching for the sun. She tells me that she found a bird nest in the eaves of the porch. She says that there are 4 small blue eggs inside. We stand together and we look at the life that is unfolding around us. It is a life that is messy and unpredictable and beautiful. That evening, I sit on the porch and I watch the sun set over the mountains. The sky is a riot of orange and purple and gold. It is a sunset that no artist could ever hope to capture because it is changing every second. It is a performance that will never be repeated. I realize that the greatest gift of being human is the ability to lose things. We lose our youth and we lose our strength, and eventually we lose our lives. But in the losing, there is a space for something new to grow. The perfection of the gallery was a lie because it denied the necessity of the end. I reach into my pocket and I find a small piece of charcoal that I used for marking the stones. I look at the smooth wooden pillar of the porch. For a moment, I feel the old urge to draw. I want to capture the way the light hits the valley. I want to show the world how I see it, but then I stop. I look at the charcoal and I see it for what it is. It is a piece of burnt wood. I do not need to draw the sunset because I am part of it. I do not need to record the moment because I am living it. I toss the charcoal into the grass and I watch it disappear. The night falls and the valley is swallowed by the dark. There are no lanterns to light the paths and there are no stars arranged in patterns of meaning. There is only the vast and silent night. I walk inside and I bolt the door. I lie down next to Clara and I listen to her heartbeat. It is a steady and rhythmic sound that tells me everything I need to know. We are here. We are real. We are moving through the time that remains to us. I dream of a great white space. It is not a canvas and it is not a room. It is a field of snow that stretches to the horizon. There are no tracks in the snow and there is no wind to disturb the surface. It is a place of absolute potential. I walk out into the field and I feel the cold against my skin. I am not a figure in a landscape. I am a man in a world. I walk until I am exhausted and then I lie down in the snow and I look at the sky. The sky is empty and it is perfect. I am no longer a mistake in a masterpiece. I am the silence at the end of the story. When I wake, the sun is shining through the window and the birds are singing in the eaves. I get out of bed and I feel the solid floor beneath my feet. I go to the kitchen and I start the fire. I put the kettle on the hook and I wait for the water to boil. The steam rises in a white cloud and it disappears into the air. It is a small and ordinary miracle. I am a builder of walls and a husband to a baker. I am a neighbor to the blacksmith and a friend to the master builder. I am a man who has forgotten how to be a work of art. I look out the window and I see the path that leads down to the village. It is a dusty and winding road that has been walked by 1,000 people before me. I will walk it today and I will walk it tomorrow. I will build houses that will stand for 100 years and then I will return to the earth. My name will not be written on a brass plate and my face will not be preserved in oil. I will be forgot, and that is the greatest victory of all. I am the man who walked out of the frame, and I have finally found my way home. The water begins to boil, and the sound is a cheerful hiss. I pour the water into the teapot, and I smell the bitterness of the herbs. I take 2 mugs from the shelf, and I set them on the table. The sun is climbing higher, and the world is waking up. It is a day like any other day, and it is the only day that matters. I call Clara a name, and she answers from the other room. Her voice is warm, and it is full of the promise of the morning. I sit down and I wait for her to join me. I am here, I am alive, I am finished with the paint. The years follow one another like the steady breaths of a sleeping giant. I no longer count the days by the numbers on a calendar or the ticking of a mechanical clock. I count them by the height of the corn in the small patch behind our house and by the way the light shifts across the valley floor. The house has settled into the ridge as if it has always been there. The stone has weathered to a soft and muted silver, and the moss has found a home in the crevices of the north wall. I am a part of this landscape now. I am a man of the earth and the seasons. My skin is the color of the soil, and my hair has begun to turn the color of the winter frost. I sit on the porch in the early morning and I watch the mist rise from the stream. It is a thick and white blanket that hides the village below. For a moment it feels as if the world is empty. It feels as if I am the only person left in the universe. But then I hear the sound of the bell from the village square. It is a heavy and brassy sound that calls the people to their work. It is a sound that anchors me to the reality of the present. I stand up and I stretch my limbs. My joints make a popping sound like dry twigs breaking underfoot. I am not young anymore, but I am strong. I have a purpose that does not involve the gaze of a stranger or the judgment of a critic. Clara comes out of the house and she hands me a piece of fruit. She does not speak because we have reached a point where words are often unnecessary. We have shared 1,000 meals and 1,000 nights. We have built a life out of the wreckage of a dream. She looks at the mist and she smiles. She tells me that the garden needs water today. She says that the heat of the summer is coming and we must be ready. I nod and I take the fruit from her hand. It is cold and sweet and it tastes of the morning. I am grateful for the simplicity of the task. I am grateful for the weight of the bucket in my hand and the cool dampness of the earth beneath my feet. I walk down to the stream to fill the buckets. The water is clear and it moves with a quiet determination. I see a fish dart beneath a rock and I wonder if it knows that it is beautiful. I suspect that it does not. It only knows the hunger and the current and the light. It is a creature of pure existence. I dip the bucket into the water and I feel the resistance of the flow. I pull it out and the surface of the water ripples and breaks. I carry the weight back up the hill and I feel the muscles in my back tighten. It is a good pain. It is the pain of a body that is being used for something real. In the afternoon, I walk down to the village to help the blacksmith with a new gate. His name is Silas, and he is a man of few words and much iron. He works with a fire that is so hot it turns the air into a shimmering ghost. He strikes the metal with a rhythmic precision that reminds me of a heartbeat. I hold the long bars of iron while he hammers the ends into scrolls. The heat from the forge is intense, and it makes the sweat pour down my face. I do not mind the heat. It feels like a purification. It feels as if the last remnants of the oil and the turpentine are being burned out of my pores. Silas looks at me through the sparks, and he asks me if I ever regret leaving the city. I tell him that I do not remember the city. I tell him that my life began on the day I arrived in this valley. He laughs and he says that I am a strange man but a good worker. He says that the gate will last for 100 years long after we are both gone into the ground. I like the thought of that. I like the idea of leaving behind something that is useful rather than something that is merely observed. A gate is a boundary and a welcome. It is a piece of the world that functions. When the work is done, I walk to the tavern to buy a loaf of bread. The tavern is full of the smell of roasting meat and the sound of loud laughter. I see the school teacher sitting in the corner with a book in his hand. He is the man who told me about the fading paintings in the capital. He looks up and he recognizes me. He beckons me over and he offers me a chair. He says that he has received a letter from a friend in the south. He says that the great gallery of Julian Vane is no more. He says that the building was struck by lightning during a summer storm and it burned to the ground in a single night. I feel a strange lightness in my chest as he speaks. He says that the fire was so hot that even the stones cracked and turned to ash. He says that nothing was saved. The masterpieces and the portraits and the landscapes are all gone. The people in the village talk about it as a tragedy, but I see it as a mercy. The fire has finished what the fading began. The world of the frame has been consumed by the world of the elements. Julian Vane is now a man without a kingdom. He is a creator without a creation. I wonder if he is still alive or if he vanished along with the last of the smoke. I walk back up the hill to my house and I feel as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. The past is no longer a ghost that follows me. It is a handful of soot scattered to the wind. I find Clara sitting on the stone wall and she is looking at the sunset. I sit down beside her and I tell her the news. I tell her that the gallery is gone. She looks at me for a long time and then she leans her head against my shoulder. She says that it does not matter. She says that we were already gone long before the fire started. She is right. We are not made of canvas and we are not made of memory. We are made of the here and the now. The autumn arrives with a crispness that makes the lungs ache. The leaves turn to gold and red and they fall to the earth in a silent rain. I spend my days gathering wood for the winter. I split the logs with an axe and I stack them against the side of the house. The smell of the fresh wood is like a perfume. It is the smell of survival. I look at the pile of wood and I see the warmth of the coming months. I see the long nights by the fire and the sound of the wind rattling the shutters. I am no longer afraid of the winter. I am no longer afraid of the silence. One evening, as the first frost begins to lace the windows, I find an old sketchbook in the bottom of a chest. It is the book that the young artist gave to me many years ago. I haven't opened it in a long time. I sit by the fire and I turn the pages. I see the drawings of the village and the people and the trees. I see the messy lines and the smudges of charcoal. I see the stone that I gave him drawn on the final page. It is a simple drawing, but it captures the weight and the texture of the rock. I wonder where the young man is now. I wonder if he ever reached the sea. I look at the blank pages at the end of the book. I feel a small tug in my fingers. It is the ghost of an old habit. I pick up a piece of charred wood from the hearth and I hold it over the paper. I think about drawing Clara as she sleeps in the chair across from me. I think about capturing the way the firelight dances on her skin. But then I realize that I do not want to trap her in a drawing. I do not want to turn her into a static image that will never change. I want her to be free to grow old and to change and to fade. I want her to be real. I drop the charred wood back into the fire and I close the book. I realize that the greatest art is not the act of creation, but the act of living. It is the way we treat one another and the way we care for the earth. It is the way we face the darkness and the way we welcome the light. I am not an artist and I am not a masterpiece. I am a man who is learning how to be human. It is a difficult and messy process, but it is the only thing that matters. I am a man who has found his place in the world, and I am content. The winter comes with a fury that shakes the house to its foundations. The snow piles high against the doors and the wind howls like a wounded animal. We stay inside and we keep the fire burning. We eat the food that we have stored and we tell stories to pass the time. We talk about the house we built and the garden we planted. We talk about the neighbors and the village and the small joys of our lives. We do not talk about the past because the past has no power over us. We are safe in the belly of the winter. In the middle of the night, I wake up and I listen to the sound of the storm. I feel the warmth of Clara beside me and I hear the steady rhythm of her breath. I think about the man with the silver cane and the girl on the bench in the park with the stone fountain. They are like characters in a book that I read a long time ago. They are not me and I am not them. I am a man who lives on a ridge in a house made of stone. I am a man who works with his hands and who loves a woman with his heart. I am a man who is part of the flow of time. I realized that the story did not end when I walked out of the gallery. The story began on that day. Every day since then has been a new line in a narrative that I am writing for myself. It is a story of sweat and dirt and bread and wine. It is a story of love and loss and the slow passage of the years. It is a story that has no frame and no borders. It is a story that will eventually end in the earth, and that is as it should be. The end is what gives the story its meaning. The end is what makes the life precious. The spring returns once more and the cycle begins again. The ice melts and the stream rises and the green shoots push through the mud. I go out to the ridge and I look at the foundations of the house. They are strong and they have held. I feel the sun on my face and I smell the scent of the awakening earth. I am 70 years old today and I am a happy man. I have lived a life that was not planned for me and I have found a peace that I never knew existed. I am a man who was once a masterpiece and now I am a man who is just a man. I walk down to the village to see the children playing in the street. They do not know my name and they do not know where I came from. They only see an old man with a kind face and a steady gait. I watch them run and laugh and I feel a sense of profound joy. They are the future and they are the truth. They are the ones who will carry the story forward long after I am gone. I reach into my pocket and I find a small stone that I picked up from the path. I hold it in my hand and I feel its weight and its warmth. I walk to the edge of the village and I look out over the valley. The world is vast and it is beautiful and it is indifferent. I am a small part of it, but I am a part of it nonetheless. I am here, I am alive, I am finished with the paint. I take a deep breath of the cool morning air and I begin the walk back up the hill to my home. The path is steep and the way is long, but I do not mind. I have all the time in the world. I am the master of my own destiny, and I am the author of my own soul. As I reach the gate that Silas and I built, I stop and I look back at the village. The smoke is rising from the chimneys and the people are going about their business. It is a scene of perfect and ordinary life. I open the gate and the hinges make a soft and familiar sound. I walk into the garden and I see Clara waiting for me on the porch. She is holding a basket of flowers and she is smiling. I walk toward her and I feel the love that has sustained me for all these years. It is a love that is not painted, and it is a love that will never fade. We sit together on the porch and we watch the sun climb higher in the sky. The world is full of light and it is full of shadow. It is a world of color and sound and motion. It is a world that is always changing and always staying the same. I take Clara hand in mine and I feel the pulse of her life against my palm. We do not need to say anything. We are here and that is enough. The story is over and the life has begun. I am a man who has found the line where the dream ends and the reality begins, and I have chosen to stay on the side of the reality. The silence of the ridge is not the silence of the gallery. It is a silence that is full of the voices of the birds and the rustle of the leaves and the distant murmur of the stream. It is a silence that is alive. I close my eyes and I feel the heat of the sun on my eyelids. I am at peace with the world and I am at peace with myself. I have walked out of the frame and I have found the truth. I am a man who is just a man, and that is the greatest masterpiece of all. I am finished with the paint and I am ready for the rest of the day. The afternoon passes in a blur of quiet activity. I help Clara in the garden and I fix a loose stone in the wall. We eat a simple meal of bread and cheese and we drink cold water from the well. The sun begins to set and the sky turns to a deep and velvet blue. I look at the stars and I see that they are still there and they are still cold and they are still beautiful. I am glad that they do not care about me. I am glad that I am not the center of the universe. I am glad to be a small and fleeting part of the grand design. We go inside and I light a single candle. The light flickers and it casts long shadows on the walls. The shadows are not made of charcoal and they are not made of the absence of light. They are made of the presence of our lives. We lie down together and we close our eyes. I feel the weight of the blankets and the softness of the pillow. I feel the warmth of the woman beside me. I listen to the sound of the house and the sound of the wind. I am here. I am alive. I am home. The next morning I wake up and I see the light of a new day. It is a day that has never happened before, and it is a day that will never happen again. I get out of bed and I walk to the window. I see the valley and the mountains and the sky. I see the world as it is and I see it as it should be. I am grateful for the gift of another morning. I am grateful for the chance to be a part of the world for one more day. I go to the kitchen and I start the fire. I put the kettle on the hook and I wait for the water to boil. The steam rises in a white cloud and it disappears into the air. It is a small and ordinary miracle. I am a builder of walls and a husband to a baker. I am a neighbor to the blacksmith and a friend to the master builder. I am a man who has forgotten how to be a work of art. I look out the window and I see the path that leads down to the village. I will walk it today and I will walk it tomorrow. I will build houses that will stand for 100 years and then I will return to the earth. My name will not be written on a brass plate and my face will not be preserved in oil. I will be forgotten, and that is the greatest victory of all. I am the man who walked out of the frame and I have finally found my way home. The water begins to boil and the sound is a cheerful hiss. I pour the water into the teapot and I smell the bitterness of the herbs. I take 2 mugs from the shelf and I set them on the table. The sun is climbing higher and the world is waking up. It is a day like any other day and it is the only day that matters. I call Clara a name and she answers from the other room. Her voice is warm and it is full of the promise of the morning. I sit down and I wait for her to join me. I am here. I am alive. I am finished with the paint. The morning sun climbs higher and the light stretches across the wooden table where the 2 mugs sit. Clara enters the room and her footsteps are a soft percussion against the floorboards. She sits down and she takes her mug in both hands. The heat of the ceramic warms her fingers and the steam rises to touch her cheeks. We do not speak of the gallery or the fire again. Those things belong to a different language and a different geography. We speak instead of the fence post that has rotted in the earth and the way the birds have begun to build a nest in the eaves of the barn. These are the small and vital statistics of our existence. They are the only measurements that carry any weight in this house. I finish my tea and I stand up to begin the work of the day. There is a pile of stones near the edge of the property that I have been moving one by one. I am building a low wall to mark the boundary of the vegetable garden. It is a slow process that requires a steady eye and a firm grip. Each stone has a specific shape and a specific weight. Some are smooth and round like the eggs of a giant bird. Others are jagged and sharp with edges that can cut the skin if I am not careful. I enjoy the puzzle of it. I enjoy finding the exact place where a stone fits against its neighbor. It is a form of architecture that does not require a blueprint. It only requires patience and a willingness to listen to the material. The sun is warm on my neck as I bend and lift. I feel the grit of the earth under my fingernails and the salt of my sweat on my lips. This is the labor of the living. It is a physical dialogue with the world. Every stone I place is a statement of presence. I am here and I am building something that will outlast my own breath. I think about the paintings that burned in the city. They were images of things, but they were not the things themselves. A painting of a stone has no weight. A painting of a wall cannot keep the wind away. But this wall is solid. It has a shadow that moves with the sun. It has a texture that changes when the rain falls. It is honest in a way that art can never be. By the time the sun reaches the middle of the sky, I have laid 3 more layers of stone. My back is stiff and my hands are stained with the gray dust of the lime. I stop to drink water from a leather flask. The water is cold and it shocks my throat. I look down at the village and I see a wagon moving along the dusty road. It is a small speck of brown and yellow against the green of the fields. I wonder who is in the wagon and where they are going. Perhaps they are travelers from the coast, or perhaps they are merchants bringing salt and iron from the northern mines. It does not matter to me. Their journey is their own, and my journey is here on this ridge. I hear a whistle from the path, and I turn to see the blacksmith Silas walking toward me. He is carrying a heavy bundle wrapped in oilcloth. He looks at the wall, and he nods his head in approval. He says that the line is straight and the foundation is deep. He tells me that a man who can build a wall is a man who can be trusted. He sets the bundle down on the grass and he unwraps it to reveal a set of iron hinges and a latch. He says that he finished them last night after the fire in the forge went out. They are dark and heavy and they smell of oil and ancient heat. He says that they are a gift for the gate I am planning to build at the end of the garden. I thank him and I offer him a seat on the stone wall. We sit together in the silence of the afternoon. Silas is a man who understands the value of a quiet moment. He does not feel the need to fill the air with empty noise. He looks out at the valley and he tells me that the weather is changing. He says that he can feel it in his marrow. He says that a storm is coming from the west and it will be a big one. He advises me to finish the wall and to check the thatch on the roof of the shed. I tell him that I will take his advice. We sit for a while longer and then he stands up and begins the long walk back down to his forge. I watch him go until he disappears behind a stand of birch trees. I pick up the iron hinges and I feel the cold strength of the metal. Silas is right about the storm. The air has grown heavy and the birds have stopped their singing. The sky in the west is beginning to turn the color of a bruised plum. I work faster now. I lift the stones with a renewed urgency. I want to finish this section of the wall before the rain arrives. I want to see the stones locked together in their final positions. My muscles ache and my breath comes in short gasps, but I do not stop. I am driven by a desire to complete the task. I am driven by the need to be useful. The first drop of rain hits the top of my head just as I place the last stone. It is a large and cold drop that feels like a coin against my skin. Within minutes, the sky opens up and the rain comes down in a solid sheet of gray water. I gather my tools and I run for the house. I reach the porch just as the wind begins to howl through the trees. I stand there for a moment, and I watch the world disappear behind the curtain of the storm. The valley is gone, and the village is gone. There is only the sound of the water hitting the roof and the smell of the wet earth. Clara is inside, and she has lit the lamps. The room is filled with a warm and golden light that pushes back the shadows of the storm. She has prepared a stew of root vegetables and dried meat. The smell is thick and savory, and it fills the house with a sense of security. We sit at the table and we eat while the thunder rolls across the sky like the sound of heavy wheels on a stone bridge. The house shakes with the force of the wind, but it holds firm. It was built to endure. It was built by hands that knew the strength of the mountains. As the night deepens, the storm grows more violent. The lightning flashes through the windows and it illuminates the room for a fraction of a second. In those brief moments, I see the outlines of our lives. I see the wooden spoons and the clay bowls and the heavy blankets. I see the face of the woman I love. I realize that we are very small in the face of such power. We are like the ants that hide beneath the stones. But there is a beauty in our smallness. There is a dignity in the way we cling to one another in the dark. We do not ask for the storm to stop. We only ask for the strength to survive it. I think about the gallery again. I think about the fire that consumed the paintings of Julian Vane. That fire was a different kind of storm. It was a fire of vanity and artifice. It was a fire that destroyed things that were meant to be eternal, but were actually fragile and hollow. The storm outside my window is different. It is a part of the natural order. It brings the water that the garden needs. It washes away the dust and the heat of the summer. It is a necessary destruction that leads to a new beginning. I am not afraid of this storm. I am a part of the cycle that created it. I lie in bed and I listen to the rain. It has settled into a steady and rhythmic drumming that lulls me towards sleep. I feel the warmth of the blankets and the presence of Clara beside me. I think about the man I used to be. I think about the man who stood in the gallery and waited for the light to hit the canvas in just the right way. That man is dead. He was burned away long ago. The man who remains is a man of flesh and bone and memory. He is a man who knows the weight of a stone and the taste of a piece of fruit. He is a man who is content to be forgotten. The next morning, the world is clean and bright. The storm has passed and the sky is a pale and perfect blue. I walk out to the garden and I see that the wall has held. The stones are dark with moisture and they shine in the early light. The earth is soft and mud clings to my boots, but the air is fresh and full of the scent of pine. I see that the birds have returned to the eaves and the stream is running high and wild. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. I spend the day repairing the damage from the wind. I fix a few loose shingles on the roof and I clear the fallen branches from the path. It is simple work that requires no deep thought. It is the work of maintenance and care. I realize that this is the true nature of a life. It is not a single grand gesture or a masterpiece that hangs on a wall. It is the daily repetition of small acts. It is the constant effort to keep the house standing and the garden growing. It is the steady commitment to the people we love and the place we inhabit. In the afternoon, I walk down to the village to see how the others fared during the storm. The streets are busy with people clearing debris and talking about the night. I see the school teacher and he tells me that the roof of the schoolhouse leaked but the books are safe. He looks tired but he is smiling. He says that the children will have a holiday today while the repairs are made. I see the blacksmith Silas at his forge and he waves a heavy hammer at me. He says that the storm was a good test for the new gate. He says that the iron is stronger than the wind. I buy a bag of flour and a jar of honey from the merchant. He tells me that a messenger arrived from the south this morning. The messenger brought news of the reconstruction of the capital. They are building a new gallery on the site of the old one. They are calling it a monument to the lost art of the century. They are looking for artists to contribute new works to fill the empty halls. The merchant asks me if I have any interest in sending something. He remembers that I used to spend a lot of time with charcoal and paper. I tell him that I have nothing to send. I tell him that my hands are too busy with the stone and the wood. He looks at my calloused fingers and he nods. He says that he understands. He says that a man must do what a man must do. I leave the shop and I begin the walk back up the hill. I feel no regret and no longing. The idea of a new gallery feels as distant as a dream from a previous life. I do not need my name on a wall. I do not need the applause of a crowd. I have the sound of the wind in the trees and the sight of the sun setting over the ridge. That is enough for me. When I reach the house, I find Clara sitting on the porch. She is spinning wool and the wheel makes a low and rhythmic hum. It is a sound that speaks of home and history. I sit down beside her and I show her the honey. She smiles and she says that it will be good with the bread she baked this morning. We sit together and we watch the shadows lengthen across the valley. The world is quiet and the light is soft. It is a moment of perfect peace. I realize then that the masterpiece was never the painting. The masterpiece was the life that I chose to live. It was the decision to walk away from the illusion and to embrace the reality. It was the courage to be ordinary and the wisdom to be happy. I am a man of 70 years and I have found the truth in the dirt and the stone. I am a man who has lived and loved and worked with his hands. I am a man who is ready for whatever comes next. The sun disappears behind the mountains and the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. I stand up and I offer my hand to Clara. She takes it and she stands up beside me. We walk into the house together and I close the door. I turn the heavy iron latch that Sela's made and I feel the click of the metal. The house is secure. The world is at rest. I blow out the candle and I let the darkness take me. I am home. I am alive. I am finished with the paint. The days turn into weeks and the weeks turn into months. The seasons continue their slow and inevitable march. The autumn turns to winter and the winter turns to spring. I continue to build my walls and I continue to tend my garden. My hair grows whiter and my joints grow stiffer, but my heart remains steady. I have found a rhythm that suits me. I have found a place where I belong. One day, a young man comes walking up the path to my house. He is carrying a rucksack and he has a sketchbook tucked under his arm. He looks like the young artist I met many years ago. He has the same hungry look in his eyes and the same nervous energy in his movements. He stops at the gate and he asks if I am the man who lives on the ridge. I tell him that I am. He says that he has heard stories about me in the city. He says that some people say I was the greatest pupil of Julian Vane. He says that he has come to ask me for advice. I invite him onto the porch and I offer him a glass of cold water. He sits down and he opens his sketchbook. He shows me drawings of buildings and people and landscapes. They are technically perfect, but they are cold. They lack the breath of life. He asks me how he can make his art more real. He asks me how he can capture the soul of the world on a piece of paper. I look at him for a long time and then I look out at the valley. I tell him that he cannot capture the soul of the world. I tell him that the world is too big and too wild to be contained within a frame. I tell him that if he wants to find the truth, he must put down his brush and pick up a shovel. I tell him that he must learn the weight of the earth and the heat of the sun. I tell him that he must live a life that is not observed but experienced. He looks confused and he asks me if I am telling him to stop being an artist. I tell him that I am telling him to start being a human being. I tell him that the art will come later or it will not come at all, and it does not matter either way. The important thing is to be present in the moment. The important thing is to be real. He stays for an hour and then he stands up to leave. He thanks me for the water and for the advice, although I can see that he does not fully understand what I have said. He walks back down the path and I watch him go. I hope that he finds what he is looking for. I hope that he finds the sea. I turn back to my work. I have a new section of the wall to build and the sun is beginning to set. I pick up a stone and I feel its weight in my hand. It is a good stone. It is solid and it is real. I place it on the wall and I step back to look at it. It fits perfectly. It is a small contribution to the world, but it is mine. I am a man of the earth and the seasons, and I am content. The story is over and the life goes on. I am here. I am alive. I am finished with the pain. The seasons move in a circle that does not end, and the years follow one another like the stones in my wall. I wake before the sun, and I feel the stiffness in my joints that comes from a life of labor. It is a familiar ache, and it is a reminder that I am still part of the physical world. I go to the kitchen, and I build a fire in the hearth. The wood is dry, and it catches quickly. The flames are orange and yellow, and they cast long shadows against the whitewashed walls. I fill the kettle with water from the well, and I set it on the hook. The sound of the water beginning to boil is the first music of the day. Clara joins me when the light is gray and soft. She moves with a grace that the years have not been able to take away. We eat our porridge in silence, and we look out the window at the frost on the grass. The garden is sleeping under a blanket of white, and the trees are bare and dark against the sky. It is a time for rest and a time for reflection. We do not need to speak because our thoughts have grown together like the roots of the ancient oaks on the ridge. We know what the day requires, and we know what the heart needs. I go out to the barn to check on the tools. The air is cold and it bites at my skin, but it feels clean and honest. I pick up the scythe and I run my thumb along the blade. It is sharp and it is ready for the work of the spring. I see the iron hinges that Sila's made for the gate. They have taken on a deep patina of age, and they are a part of the landscape now. I think about Sila's, and I wonder if he is still at his forge. He has grown old and his breath is shallow, but his spirit is as strong as the metal he works. He is a man who has found his purpose, and he has stayed true to it. I walk to the edge of the property where the wall ends. It has grown long and it stretches across the slope of the hill like a spine of gray bone. I look at the stones I placed 10 years ago and I see that they have settled into the earth. Moss has begun to grow in the crevices and small ferns have taken root in the shadows. The wall is no longer an addition to the land. It has become the land itself. I feel a sense of satisfaction that I never felt when I was a painter. A painting is a thing that sits in a room and waits for someone to look at it. A wall is a thing that exists in the wind and the rain, and it does what it was meant to do without any need for an audience. I hear the sound of a horse on the path, and I turn to see a man riding toward the house. He is dressed in a heavy coat of dark wool, and he carries a leather satchel across his shoulder. He stops the horse and he looks at me with eyes that are tired and wise. He asks me if I am the man who knows the secrets of the mountain. I tell him that I am only a man who lives on the mountain, and that the mountain has no secrets that it does not share with anyone who is willing to listen. He laughs and he dismounts from the horse. He says that he is a doctor from the town in the valley and that he has come to see how we are faring. We go into the house and Clara sets a pot of tea on the table. The doctor sits down and he stretches his legs toward the fire. He tells us news of the world beyond the ridge. He says that there is a fever in the city and that the people are afraid. He says that the new gallery has been completed and that it is a marvel of glass and steel. He says that the name of Julian Vane is spoken with reverence and that his lost works are considered the greatest tragedy of the age. He looks at me and he asks if I ever think about the city. I tell him that I do not think about the city at all. I tell him that the city is a place of noise and light and that it has nothing to offer a man who has found peace in the silence. I tell him that the gallery is a tomb for things that were never truly alive. He nods and he drinks his tea. He says that he understands. He says that he sees many people in his work and that most of them are running away from something or running towards something else. He says that it is rare to find someone who is simply standing still. The doctor stays for an hour and then he leaves to continue his rounds. I watch him ride away and I feel a sudden pang of sympathy for him. He spends his life trying to hold back the darkness and trying to fix the things that are broken. It is a noble work, but it is a heavy burden to carry. I am glad that my work is simpler. I am glad that I only have to move stones and plant seeds. I'm glad that I have found a way to live that does not require me to be a hero or a martyr. The afternoon is short and the sun begins to drop toward the horizon. I go to the woodpile and I begin to split logs for the evening fire. The axe is heavy and the wood is stubborn, but I enjoy the resistance. Every swing of the axe is a physical prayer. Every log that splits open is a victory. I work until my muscles are warm and my breath is steady. I look at the pile of wood and I know that it will keep us warm through the night. It is a tangible result of my effort, and it is more valuable to me than any gold or any fame. As the light fades, I see a hawk circling in the sky. It is a solitary hunter, and it moves with a precision that is beautiful to behold. It does not think about its flight, and it does not worry about its legacy. It simply is. I watch it until it dives behind the trees, and then I go inside. Clara is lighting the candles, and the house is filled with the scent of dried herbs and wood smoke. We sit by the fire, and we listen to the wind as it begins to rise. It is a cold wind, and it carries the promise of more snow. I think about the young man who came to see me with his sketchbook. I wonder where he is and if he has found the truth he was seeking. I hope that he has learned to see the world as it is and not as he wants it to be. I hope that he has found a way to be useful and a way to be kind. I realize that I have no more advice to give. I have said everything that I have to say. My life is my statement, and my silence is my signature. The snow begins to fall in the middle of the night. I wake up and I hear the soft ticking of the flakes against the window pane. It is a quiet sound and it is very peaceful. I get out of bed and I go to the window. The world is white and the shadows are blue. The wall is a dark line in the snow and the barn is a solid shape in the gloom. I feel a sense of profound gratitude. I am 75 years old and I am exactly where I am supposed to be. I am not a ghost and I am not a memory. I am a man who is breathing the cold air of a winter night. The next morning I have to shovel a path to the well and a path to the barn. The snow is deep and it is heavy with water. It takes me a long time to clear the way and I have to stop often to rest. My heart beats fast and my hands are numb, but I do not mind the struggle. The snow is a gift from the sky and it must be dealt with. I see a rabbit dart across the field and disappear into a thicket of briars. I see the tracks of a fox near the chicken coop. The world is alive, even in the middle of the winter. I spend the day inside with Clara. We mend the clothes that have grown thin and we talk about the people we used to know. Most of them are gone now, but they live on in our stories. We remember the laughter and the tears and the small moments that seemed unimportant at the time but have become the foundation of our history. We do not mourn the past because the past has brought us to this moment. We are the sum of everything we have ever done and everything we have ever lost. In the evening, I take a piece of charcoal from the hearth and I look at the blank wall of the kitchen. For a moment, I feel the old urge to draw. I feel the ghost of the artist stirring in my fingers. I think about the curves of the hills and the light on the snow. I think about the face of the woman I love. I hold the charcoal in my hand and I feel its weight and its texture. Then I put the charcoal back into the ashes. I do not need to draw the world because I am living in it. I do not need to capture the light because I am standing in it. I go to the door and I look out at the stars. They are bright and cold and they seem very close. I think about the vastness of the universe and the smallness of my life. I am a tiny speck of consciousness in an infinite sea of matter and energy. It is a thought that should be terrifying, but it is actually very comforting. I do not have to carry the weight of the world on my shoulders. I only have to carry the weight of a single stone. I only have to be faithful to the small patch of earth that has been given to me. The winter passes and the spring returns with a sudden and violent energy. The snow melts and the streams turn into torrents of brown water. The birds return and the trees begin to bud. I go out to the garden and I feel the warmth of the sun on my back. I begin to prepare the soil for the planting. I turn the earth with a spade and I smell the rich and dark scent of life. I find a few stones that the frost has pushed up from the depths and I add them to my wall. The wall is never finished and the garden is never done. It is a continuous process of creation and decay. I see Silas walking up the path, and I can tell by the way he moves that something is wrong. He is leaning heavily on a cane and his face is pale. He reaches the gate and he sits down on the stone wall. He tells me that his heart is failing and that the doctor says he does not have much time left. He says that he is not afraid of dying, but he is worried about his forge. He says that there is no one to take his place and that the fire will go out. He looks at me with eyes that are full of a deep and ancient sorrow. I sit down beside him and I put my hand on his shoulder. I tell him that the fire never truly goes out. I tell him that the things he has made will remain and that the people he has helped will remember him. I tell him that a man is not defined by his work, but by the spirit he brings to it. He nods and he looks out at the valley. He says that he is glad he came to see me. He says that I am the only person he knows who is not trying to sell him something or change his mind. He stays for a while and then he begins the slow walk back down the hill. I watch him until he is out of sight and I know that I will never see him again. Silas dies 3 days later and the village is quiet for a week. I go down to the funeral and I stand among the people who knew him. They are farmers and woodcutters and mothers and children. They are the people who use the tools he made and who live in the world he helped to build. They do not talk about art or philosophy. They talk about the strength of his iron and the honesty of his word. They bury him in the churchyard under a simple stone and they go back to their lives. I walk back up the hill and I feel a great emptiness in the world. I go to the barn and I look at the hinges on the gate. I touch the cold metal and I think about the man who made them. He is gone, but his work remains. He has left a mark on the world that is solid and real. I realize that this is the only kind of immortality that matters. It is not the fame that comes from a name on a piece of canvas. It is the legacy of a well-made tool or a sturdy wall or a kind word. It is the way we touch the lives of others and the way we leave the world a little bit better than we found it. I return to my wall and I begin to work with a new intensity. I want to finish the section that leads to the edge of the woods. I want to see the line complete before the strength leaves my body. I lift the stones and I place them with care. I listen to the sound of the metal against the rock and I feel the grit of the earth on my skin. I am a part of the cycle of life and death, and I am not afraid. I am a man of 78 years, and I have found the truth in the dirt and the stone. The sun sets and the moon rises, and the stars continue their silent dance. I walk back to the house, and I see the light in the window. Clara is waiting for me, and the table is set for supper. I enter the room, and I feel the warmth of the fire and the presence of love. I sit down and I take her hand in mine. We do not need to speak. We are here. We are alive. We are finished with the pain. The years continue to pass and the wall grows longer and stronger. It has become a landmark on the ridge and people come from the village to look at it. They do not know who I am and they do not know my story. They only see a wall that is straight and a foundation that is deep. They see a man who is old and slow but who is still working. They see a life that is simple and honest, and they are moved by it in a way they cannot explain. I am 82 years old and my eyes are beginning to fail. The world is becoming a place of shadows and soft edges. I cannot see the details of the leaves or the texture of the stones, but I can still feel them. I can still hear the wind in the trees and the song of the birds. I can still taste the honey in the bread. I am moving toward the darkness, but I am not afraid. The darkness is just another part of the cycle. It is the rest that comes after the work. It is the silence that follows the song. I lie in my bed and I listen to the breath of the woman beside me. She is my anchor in my heart and I love her more than I ever thought possible. I think about the fire in the gallery and the man I used to be. That man was a shadow and a dream. The man I am now is real. I have lived a life that was worth living and I have done the work that was mine to do. I have built a wall, and I have planted a garden, and I have loved a woman. It is enough. The morning comes, and the light is gold and perfect. I open my eyes, and I see the dust motes dancing in the air. I feel the warmth of the sun on my face, and I know that it is a day like any other day, and it is the only day that matters. I call Clara a name, and she answers from the other room. Her Her voice is warm and it is full of the promise of the morning. I sit up and I prepare to begin the work of the day. I am here, I am alive, I am finished with the paint. The morning light enters the room in long and dusty shafts of gold. I sit on the edge of the mattress and I wait for the blood to find its way to my feet. Every movement is a slow and deliberate negotiation with the weight of 82 years. I reach for my trousers and I pull them on with hands that are gnarled like the roots of the apple trees in the lower orchard. There is a specific kind of dignity in the simple act of dressing oneself when the body wants only to remain still. I stand up and I feel the floorboards beneath my feet. They are solid and they are cold. They are a part of the house that I have maintained for decades and they do not complain under my weight. I walk to the kitchen and I find Clara standing by the stove. She is wrapping a wool shawl around her shoulders and she is watching the blue flame of the pilot light. We do not need to exchange greetings because the air between us is already full of our shared history. I take the heavy iron skillet from the hook and I place it on the burner. The sound of the metal hitting the grate is the bell that signals the start of the day. I crack 2 eggs into the pan and I listen to the sizzle. It is a small and domestic music, but it is the sound of survival. We eat our breakfast at the wooden table that has been smoothed by 1,000 meals. We look at the garden through the window and we see that the first green shoots of the daffodils are pushing through the dark earth. The winter has been long and it has been hard, but it is finally yielding to the persistent strength of the spring. After breakfast, I take my coat and my hat and I go outside. The air is crisp and it smells of damp earth and pine needles. I walk toward the wall. My pace is slower than it was last year and I have to stop at the gate to catch my breath. I look at the work of my hands and I see a record of my life. There are the rough and uneven stones from the early years when I was still learning the language of the mountain. There are the smooth and balanced sections from the middle years when I was at the peak of my strength. And there are the smaller and more careful stones from the recent years where every placement was a triumph of will over fatigue. The wall is not just a boundary. It is a diary written in granite and limestone. It tells the story of a man who stopped trying to capture the world and started trying to build it. I find a stone that has fallen from the top layer during the spring thaw. I bend down to pick it up and I feel a sharp pain in my lower back. I do not let go of the stone. I grip it with my fingers and I pull it upward until I am standing straight again. I carry the stone to the gap in the wall and I fit it into place. It is a small victory, but it is mine. I stay there for a long while and I look out over the valley. The mist is rising from the river and the trees are beginning to shimmer in the heat of the rising sun. I think about the city and the people who live there. I think about the galleries and the critics and the collectors who still speak my name in hushed tones. They are mourning a man who never really existed. They are worshiping a ghost that was conjured out of oil and canvas. They do not know that the real Julian Vane is standing on a hillside in the middle of nowhere with dirt under his fingernails and a stone in his hand. I hear a sound from the path and I see a young woman walking toward me. She is carrying a heavy backpack and she is wearing boots that are covered in mud. She stops when she sees me and she wipes the sweat from her forehead. She asks me if I am the man who built the wall. I tell her that I am. She looks at the wall for a long time and she reaches out to touch the moss that is growing in the cracks. She says that she has heard stories about this wall in the village. She says that people call it the wall that never ends. She asks me why I keep building it when there is no one left to fence in and no one left to keep out. I tell her that I am not building it to keep anything in or out. I tell her that I am building it because the stones belong together and I am the only one who can help them find their place. The young woman sits down on a flat rock and she opens a canteen of water. She tells me that she is a student of architecture and that she has come to the mountains to study the old ways of building. She says that the modern world is full of things that are designed to fall apart. She says that everything is made of plastic and glass and thin sheets of metal. She says that she wants to learn how to make something that will last for 100 years. I look at her and I see the same hunger in her eyes that I saw in the eyes of the young man with the sketchbook. It is a hunger for something that is real and something that is permanent. I tell her that if she wants to build something that lasts, she must first learn to listen to the materials. I tell her that a stone has a weight and a shape and a character, and that you cannot force it to be something that it is not. I tell her that the secret to building a wall is not in the strength of your arms, but in the patience of your soul. She stays with me for the rest of the morning. I show her how to balance the weight of the stones so that they lock together without the need for mortar. I show her how to find the grain of the rock and how to use the hammer to shape it without breaking it. She is a quick learner and she has a natural feel for the work. For a few hours, I am not an old man waiting for the end. I am a teacher passing on a craft that is as old as the mountains themselves. We work in silence, and the only sounds are the clink of the tools and the rustle of the wind in the trees. When the sun is high in the sky, she stands up and she thanks me for the lesson. She says that she has learned more from me in 3 hours than she learned in 4 years of university. She puts on her backpack and she starts to walk back down the trail. I watch her go and I feel a sense of peace. The knowledge is not lost. It has been planted in a new mind, and it will grow in its own time. I go back to the house for the midday meal. Clara has made a soup of leeks and potatoes, and the steam rises from the bowls in fragrant clouds. We sit in our usual places, and we talk about the young woman. Clara says that it is good for me to have someone to talk to besides the crows and the wind. She says that I have a tendency to become too much like the stones I work with. She says that I am becoming hard and silent, and that I need to remember that I am still a human being. I laugh and I tell her that there are worse things to be than a stone. A stone does not worry about the future, and it does not regret the past. A stone simply exists in the present moment, and it accepts the rain and the sun with the same indifference. Clara shakes her head and she tells me that I am a stubborn old man. She reaches across the table and she takes my hand. Her skin is thin and soft like old parchment, but her grip is still firm. We sit there for a long time and we do not say anything. The silence is not empty. It is full of the weight of 40 years of marriage and the quiet understanding that comes from surviving together. In the afternoon, I go to the shed and I sharpen my tools. I use a whetstone that I have owned since I first moved to this mountain. The stone is worn down in the center from decades of use, and it has a smooth and oily texture. I pour a little bit of water on the surface, and I begin to rub the blade of the axe against it. The sound is a rhythmic SHHH, SHHH, SHHH that echoes in the small space. I focus on the angle of the blade and the pressure of my fingers. This is a form of meditation that the city could never understand. In the city, everything is fast and everything is loud. Here, everything is slow and everything is deliberate. I spend an hour on the axe and then I move on to the chisels and the scythe. By the time I am finished, the sun is beginning to cast long shadows across the floor. I feel a sense of satisfaction that is deeper than any praise I ever received for a painting. A sharp tool is a beautiful thing because it is a tool that is ready to serve its purpose. I walk out to the barn and I check on the wood pile. We have enough split logs to last through the rest of the spring, but I know that the winter will return sooner than I expect. I pick up a heavy log of oak and I set it on the chopping block. I lift the axe above my head and I feel the muscles in my shoulders tighten. I bring the axe down with a single clean stroke and the log splits into 2 perfect halves. The smell of fresh wood fills the air, and it is the smell of life and energy. I work for another hour until the pile of split wood is high and the sweat is dripping from my chin. I am tired, but it is a good kind of tiredness. It is the tiredness of a body that has been used for what it was intended for. I look at my hands and I see the scars and the calluses and the dirt. These are the hands of a man who has worked the earth. They are not the hands of an artist. They are the hands of a laborer, and I am proud of them. As the evening approaches, I walk back to the wall. I find a spot where the stones are wide and flat, and I sit down to watch the sunset. The sky turns from blue to orange to a deep and bruised purple. The stars begin to appear one by one like tiny holes poked in a velvet curtain. I think about the vastness of time and the brevity of a single life. I think about the millions of years it took for these stones to form in the belly of the earth. I think about the thousands of years they sat undisturbed in the soil. And I think about the few decades I have spent moving them from one place to another. In the grand scheme of things, my wall is a temporary and insignificant scratch on the surface of the planet. It will eventually crumble, and the stones will return to the earth, and the forest will grow over the place where my house once stood. But for now, the wall is here. For now, the wall is real. I realize that the search for meaning is a trap. We spend our lives looking for a grand purpose or a hidden truth when the truth is right in front of us. The truth is in the weight of a stone. The truth is in the taste of a potato. The truth is in the warmth of a fire on a cold night. We do not need to create art to justify our existence. We do not need to leave a legacy to prove that we were here. Our existence is its own justification. Our presence in the world is the only legacy that matters. I am not a great painter who lost his way. I am a man who found his way by leaving the paint behind. I am a man who discovered that the most beautiful thing you can do with your life is to live it with honesty and with courage. The air turns cold and I feel the chill in my bones. I stand up and I brush the dust from my trousers. I walk back toward the house and I see the yellow light shining through the windows. It looks like a beacon in the darkness. I open the door and I am greeted by the smell of baking bread and the sound of the fire crackling in the hearth. Clara is sitting in her chair by the fire and she is knitting a sweater out of thick gray wool. She looks up and she smiles at me. She does not ask me what I was doing or what I was thinking. She knows. She has always known. I sit down in the chair across from her and I stretch my legs toward the warmth. I feel the weight of my years and the weight of my memories, but they do not feel heavy. They feel like a comfortable coat that I have worn for a long time. We sit together in the firelight and we listen to the sounds of the night. We hear the wind whistling through the eaves and the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. We do not need the radio or the television or the newspapers. We have the mountain and we have each other. We are the last of our kind in this corner of the world, but we are not lonely. We are surrounded by the spirits of the trees and the stones and the animals. We are part of a community that does not require words. I close my eyes and I feel the rhythm of my heart. It is slow and it is steady. It is the same rhythm as the seasons and the same rhythm as the stars. I am 82 years old and I am exactly where I am supposed to be. I am not a ghost and I am not a memory. I am a man who is breathing the warm air of a quiet house. The next day I wake up and I find that my hands are shaking. It is a small tremor, but it is persistent. I try to hold them still, but I cannot. I know what this means. I know that the time of the wall is coming to an end. My body is finally reaching the limit of its endurance. I do not feel sad and I do not feel angry. I feel a sense of completion. I have done what I came here to do. I have built the wall as far as it can go, and I have tended the garden as long as I could. I spend the morning sitting on the porch and watching the birds. I see a hawk soaring high above the ridge, and I see a family of blue jays squabbling in the apple trees. The world is continuing its business without any regard for my trembling hands. This is as it should be. I go inside and I find a piece of paper and a pencil. I sit down at the table and I begin to write. I do not write about art and I do not write about the city. I write a list of instructions for the people who will come after us. I tell them where the well is and how to prime the pump. I tell them which trees produce the best fruit and which parts of the garden are the most fertile. I tell them how to care for the hinges on the gate and how to repair the roof after a heavy snow. I write down the names of the neighbors in the valley who can be trusted and the names of the plants that can be used for medicine. I am leaving a map of a life. I am leaving a guide for anyone who wants to live in harmony with this mountain. When I am finished, I fold the paper and I put it in the drawer of the kitchen table. I look at Clara and I see that she is watching me. She knows that I am preparing for the departure. She does not cry and she does not try to stop me. She simply nods and she goes back to her work. We have lived our lives in the shadow of the mountain, and we know that everything has a beginning and everything has an end. We are not afraid of the end because we have made peace with the beginning. We have lived well and we have loved well, and that is all that any human being can ask for. The afternoon is quiet and the sun is warm. I walk out to the wall one last time. I do not carry any stones and I do not carry any tools. I simply walk along the length of it and I touch the rocks with my fingers. I feel the heat of the sun trapped in the granite and I feel the coolness of the moss in the shadows. I reach the end of the wall where it disappears into the woods. I look at the last stone I placed and I see that it is a good stone. It is solid and it is real. It fits perfectly into the landscape. I turn around and I look back at the house. It looks small and fragile against the backdrop of the mountain, but it also looks like a fortress. It is a place where a man and a woman found a way to be real in a world that is full of shadows. I walk back to the house and I sit down on the steps. I watch the light fade and I feel the darkness beginning to close in. I am not a painter and I am not a hero. I am a man of the earth and the seasons and I am content. The story is over and the life goes on. I am here, I am alive, I am finished with the paint. I close my eyes and I listen to the silence. It is a deep and beautiful silence and it is full of the promise of rest. I breathe in the cold air and I breathe out the last of my worries. I am ready, I am at peace, I am home. The sun dips below the jagged line of the ridge, and the shadows stretch across the porch like long fingers reaching for the warmth of the house. I do not move from my seat on the wooden step because the stillness of the evening is a gift that I have earned through the labor of the day. The air is cooling rapidly, and I can feel the dampness of the mountain dew beginning to settle on the fabric of my coat. Inside the house, I hear the soft click of the oven door and the muffled sound of Clara moving about the kitchen. These are the small noises of a life that has been stripped of everything that is unnecessary. There is no telephone to ring, and there are no sirens to wail in the distance. There is only the wind and the wood and the slow beating of a heart that has seen 82 winters. I look at my hands resting on my knees and I see that the shaking has stopped for a moment. The tremor is a fickle thing that comes and goes as it pleases, but I know that it will eventually become my constant companion. I study the deep lines in my palms and the thick calluses on my fingertips. These hands once held brushes that cost more than a common man earns in a month. They once mixed pigments that were imported from the far corners of the earth to satisfy the whims of a market that I no longer recognize. Now they hold the rough edges of limestone and the smooth handles of iron tools. They are the hands of a servant who has finally found a master worth serving. The mountain does not ask for flattery and it does not offer critiques. It only asks for endurance and it only offers the truth of the earth. A low mist begins to crawl out from the edge of the forest and it swallows the base of the stone wall. The wall looks as though it is floating on a sea of white smoke. It is a strange and beautiful sight, and I wish for a second that I had my old sketchbook to capture the way the light dies against the gray rock, but the feeling passes as quickly as it came. I do not need to capture the moment because I am part of the moment. To paint the scene would be to separate myself from it and to turn the living world into a static image. I have spent enough of my life being an observer. I am content now to be a participant. I am a part of the cycle of growth and decay, and I do not need to prove my existence to a gallery of strangers. I stand up slowly and I feel the stiffness in my hip joints. Every movement is a negotiation between the will and the bone. I walk into the kitchen and I find that Clara has set the table for our evening meal. There is a loaf of bread that is still warm from the oven and a bowl of butter that we churned 2 days ago. We sit down and I say a silent prayer of thanks for the food and for the shelter, and for the woman who has walked beside me through the storm and the sun. We eat in a silence that is comfortable and deep. We do not need to fill the air with idle talk because we have already said everything that needs to be said. We have reached a point where a glance or a nod is enough to convey a lifetime of meaning. After the meal, I take a kerosene lamp and I go to the small room at the back of the house that I call my study. It is not a place for art, but a place for memory. There are shelves filled with books that have been read until the spines are cracked and the pages are yellow. There is a wooden desk that I built myself from a fallen cedar tree. I sit down and I pull the piece of paper from my pocket. It is the list of instructions for the next inhabitants of this land. I read over the words I wrote earlier and I realized that there is one thing I forgot to mention. I take the pencil and I add a note at the bottom of the page. I tell them that the stones are alive in their own way. I tell them that a wall is not a static object, but a living thing that breathes with the changing of the seasons. I tell them that they must listen to the wall if they want it to stand for another 100 years. I set the paper down and I look at the small window that faces the north. The moon is rising now and it casts a silver light over the garden. I think about the young woman who visited me this morning. I wonder where she is sleeping tonight and if she is thinking about the stones. I hope that she finds what she is looking for in the mountains. I hope that she learns that the most important thing an architect can build is a sense of belonging. The modern world is obsessed with speed and with novelty, but the mountains are obsessed with time and with gravity. I hope that she carries the weight of the stone in her heart when she returns to the city of glass and steel. I blow out the lamp and I walk back to the bedroom. Clara is already asleep and her breathing is a soft and rhythmic sound that reminds me of the tide. I lie down beside her and I pull the heavy wool blankets up to my chin. The room is cold but the bed is warm. I close my eyes and I feel the house settling around me. The wood groans and the stones hum and the mountain watches over us. I think about the wall and I think about the gap that I filled this morning. It was a small stone, but it was the right stone. It was the only stone that could have fit in that particular space at that particular time. I fall asleep with the image of the wall in my mind, and I dream of a place where the stones are light as feathers and the wind is a song that never ends. When the sun rises on the following day, the frost is thick on the grass and the world is white and brittle. I wake up before the light and I sit by the window to watch the transition from night to day. The transitions are the most important parts of the life. The moments between the breathing and the holding of the breath are where the secrets are kept. I watch the sky turn from a deep charcoal to a pale lavender and then to a bright and piercing gold. The cold is a sharp needle that pricks at my skin, but it makes me feel more alive than the stifling heat of a city summer. I put on my boots and my coat and I go out to the porch. The air is so clear that I can see the smoke rising from the chimneys of the houses in the valley miles away. It is a thin and blue thread that connects the earth to the sky. I think about the people down there who are waking up to the sound of clocks and the demands of the day. They are rushing to be somewhere else and they are striving to become someone else. I am lucky because I am already here and I am already who I am. I do not have any appointments and I do not have any deadlines. My only task is to exist and to bear witness to the beauty of the world. I walk toward the barn to get the grain for the chickens. The birds are waiting for me and they make a frantic clucking sound as I approach the coop. I scatter the grain on the frozen ground and I watch them peck at the earth with a single-minded intensity. They do not worry about the frost and they do not worry about the hawk that is circling above the ridge. They only care about the grain and the light. There is a lesson in that if a man is willing to learn it. I spend a few minutes watching them and then I head toward the wood pile. The wood needs to be moved from the outdoor pile to the sheltered area near the back door. It is a simple task, but it requires a lot of bending and lifting. I find that my back is less painful today than it was yesterday. Perhaps the work itself is the cure for the aches of the body. I pick up the logs and I stack them neatly in the wood box. I enjoy the feeling of the rough bark against my gloves and the weight of the oak in my arms. Each log is a promise of warmth, and each log is a piece of the forest that has been transformed into a resource for the home. By the time the sun is high in the sky, I have finished the wood and I am ready for a rest. I walk out to the gate and I look down the trail that leads to the village. I see a figure moving up the path, and for a moment I think it might be the young woman returning for another lesson. But as the figure gets closer, I see that it is a man. He is tall and lean, and he is wearing a dark suit that looks out of place in the mud and the brush. He is carrying a leather briefcase, and he is walking with a hurried and impatient stride. I know who he is before he even reaches the gate. He is a man from the world I left behind. He stops at the gate and he looks at me with an expression of disbelief. He asks me if I am Julian Vane. I tell him that I am. He tells me his name, but I do not listen to it. He tells me that he represents a foundation that wants to organize a retrospective of my work. He says that they have found several of my early paintings in a private collection and that the world is eager to see them again. He speaks about legacy, and he speaks about historical significance. He speaks about money, and he speaks about fame. He uses words that sound like dry leaves rattling in the wind. I look at him and I see a man who is trapped in a dream. He thinks that the paintings are the man. He thinks that the canvas is the reality. I lead him to the wall and I ask him to touch the stones. He looks confused, but he reaches out and he places his hand on a large piece of granite. I ask him what he feels. He says that he feels a rock. I tell him that he is wrong. I tell him that he is feeling 40 years of sweat and 40 years of patience. I tell him that the wall is my retrospective. I tell him that the garden is my legacy. I tell him that the man he is looking for died a long time ago, and that the man who is standing in front of him is a mason and a gardener. He tries to argue with me, but I can see that he does not have the tools to understand what I am saying. He lives in a world of ideas, and I live in a world of matter. He wants to put my life in a frame and hang it on a wall in a room with white lights and silent floors. I want to leave my life in the earth where it can be weathered by the rain and the wind. I tell him that I have no paintings to give him and that I have no interest in his foundation. I tell him that the only thing I have to offer is a glass of water and a seat on the porch. He declines the offer and he turns around to walk back down the mountain. He looks disappointed and he looks a little bit afraid. He does not understand why a man would choose a pile of rocks over a place in history. I watch him go and I feel a sense of relief. The last link to the old life has been severed. The ghost of Julian Vane has been laid to rest. I am no longer a legend, and I am no longer a mystery. I am just an old man with a stone wall and a wife who makes good soup. I go back to the house and I tell Clara about the man in the suit. She laughs and she says that she hopes he did not get too much mud on his expensive shoes. We sit on the porch together and we watch the afternoon light turn the valley into a bowl of gold. We talk about the garden and we talk about the fence that needs to be repaired in the lower pasture. We talk about the things that matter. We talk about the things that are real. As the sun begins to set, I feel a deep sense of gratitude. I am grateful for the strength that allowed me to build the wall. I am grateful for the wisdom that allowed me to walk away from the city. I am grateful for the love that has sustained me through the long years of isolation. I look at the wall and I see that it is beautiful. It is not beautiful because it is perfect, and it is not beautiful because it is famous. It is beautiful because it is honest. It is a testament to the fact that a human being can take the raw materials of the earth and turn them into something that has meaning. The darkness falls and the stars come out to play their silent game. I stand up and I stretch my arms toward the sky. I feel the pulse of the mountain beneath my feet and I feel the breath of the wind in my hair. I am 82 years old and I am a lucky man. I have found the place where I belong and I have found the work that I was meant to do. I turn and I walk into the house and I close the door against the cold. The fire is burning in the hearth and the lamp is glowing on the table. I am home and I am at peace and I am finished with the paint forever. The weeks follow the path of the sun and the spring deepens into a lush and vibrant green. The daffodils have finished their blooming and the tulips are taking their place. I spend my days in the garden and my evenings by the fire. The tremor in my hands comes and goes, but I have learned to work around it. I have learned that perfection is not the goal. The goal is the effort and the goal is the presence. I am no longer trying to change the world. I am only trying to inhabit it. One morning I wake up and I find that the air is warm and the birds are singing with a renewed vigor. I go out to the wall and I see that a small vine has started to climb up the side of the stones. It is a wild thing and it has tiny white flowers that smell of honey. I reach out and I touch the delicate leaves. I think about the wall and I think about the vine. The wall provides the support and the vine provides the beauty. They are working together to create something that neither of them could create alone. This is the way of the world. This is the secret of the mountain. I sit down on the wall and I look out over the valley. I see the river winding its way through the trees and I see the shadows of the clouds moving across the hills. I feel a sense of unity with everything I see. I am not a separate entity looking at a landscape. I am a part of the landscape looking at itself. The distinction between the observer and the observed has vanished. There is only the living moment and the infinite flow of time. I close my eyes and I listen to the sound of my own breathing. It is the sound of the wind and it is the sound of the sea. It is the sound of the universe and it is enough. I know that my time here is short and I know that the wall will eventually fall. But I also know that the spirit of the work will remain. The young woman will build her houses and the seeds I planted will grow into trees. The world will continue to turn and the seasons will continue to change. I am a small part of a great mystery and I am content to play my role until the end. I open my eyes and I see Clara walking toward me with 2 mugs of tea. She smiles and she sits down beside me on the stones. We drink our tea in silence and we watch the sun rise over the peak. It is a new day and it is a good day. It is the only day we have and it is perfect. The steam from the mugs rises in the thin morning air and vanishes against the backdrop of the pines. I watch the white vapor curl and twist as it follows the invisible currents of the wind. Clara sits beside me on the cold stone and she does not say a word. She knows that the silence is the most important thing we have left to share. We have spent 60 years talking, and now we have reached the quiet at the center of the storm. I look at her profile, and I see the map of our shared history written in the fine lines around her eyes and the gentle set of her mouth. She is the anchor that has kept me from drifting away into the abstract world of color and light. She is the reason I am standing on this mountain and not in a gallery in a city that has forgotten how to breathe. The tea is hot and bitter and it warms my throat as I swallow. I feel the heat spread through my chest and down into my limbs. It is a simple pleasure, but it is enough to make the morning feel complete. We sit there until the sun has cleared the ridge and the shadows have retreated into the deep hollows of the woods. I stand up and I offer my hand to Clara. She takes it and I feel the strength that still remains in her fingers. We walk back toward the house together and I feel the rhythm of our steps matching the heartbeat of the earth. We are old and we are slow, but we are moving in the right direction. I spend the middle of the day in the garden behind the barn. The soil is dark and rich and it smells of old leaves and new life. I am planting the potatoes today and I am doing it the way my grandfather taught me when I was a boy. I dig a shallow trench and I place the seed potatoes in the earth with the eyes facing upward. I cover them with a layer of soil and I press down firmly with the palm of my hand. It is a repetitive task and it requires a constant bending of the knees and the back. I feel the strain in my muscles, but it is a good kind of pain. It is the pain of creation and it is the pain of connection. Each potato I plant is a promise to the future, and each one is a prayer for the harvest. As I work, I think about the man in the suit who came to see me yesterday. I wonder if he has reached the valley yet, and if he has found a hotel with a soft bed and a telephone. I wonder if he is writing a report about the crazy old man who lives on the mountain and refuses to be famous. I hope that he is. I hope that he tells everyone that Julian Vane is gone and that there is nothing left to see. I want the world to forget me so that I can finally be free. The burden of a reputation is a heavy thing to carry, and I have carried it for far too long. I want to be a ghost in the machine of history. I want to be the wind that blows through the trees and the rain that washes the dust from the stones. I finish the planting by the middle of the afternoon, and I go to the well to wash the dirt from my hands. The water is ice cold and it makes my skin tingle. I scrub the soil from under my fingernails and I splash the water on my face. I look at my reflection in the bucket and I see a stranger looking back at me. The face is weathered and the hair is white and the eyes are deep and clear. It is a face that has been carved by the years and by the elements. It is a face that belongs to the mountain. I do not recognize the young man who used to stare at himself in the mirrors of the city. That man was a fiction created by the expectations of others. The man in the bucket is the truth. I walk to the porch and I sit in the chair that I made from the branches of an apple tree. I watch the bees moving among the blossoms of the fruit trees and I listen to the drone of their wings. It is a peaceful sound and it lulls me into a state of deep meditation. I think about the life I have lived and the choices I have made. I do not have any regrets because every choice led me to this moment, and this moment is exactly where I want to be. I have known great success and I have known great failure. I have been loved and I have been hated. I have been rich and I have been poor. None of it matters now. The only thing that matters is the light on the leaves and the sound of the wind. Clara comes out with a bowl of peas and she begins to shell them for the evening meal. The sound of the pods snapping is like a series of small explosions in the quiet afternoon. I watch her hands move with a practiced grace and I feel a sudden surge of affection for her. She has been the silent partner in my long journey, and she has never asked for anything in return. She has been content to live in the shadow of my ambition, and she has been the one who kept the fires burning when I was lost in the wilderness of my own mind. I reach out and I touch her shoulder, and she looks up at me and smiles. It is a smile that contains the entire history of our love, and it is more beautiful than any painting I have ever seen. The evening comes on slowly and the air begins to cool. I go into the house and I start a fire in the hearth. The wood catches quickly and the flames dance across the logs. I sit by the fire and I read a book of poetry that I have read 100 times before. The words are like old friends and they offer a comfort that is deeper than any human conversation. I read about the turning of the seasons and the passing of the years. I read about the beauty of the ordinary and the sanctity of the mundane. I feel the spirit of the poet moving through the room and I feel a sense of kinship with the dead. They knew what I am learning now. They knew that the only thing that lasts is the love we give and the work we do with our hands. We eat our dinner by the light of a single candle, and we talk about the things we will do tomorrow. There is a leak in the roof of the shed that needs to be fixed, and there is a fence post that has rotted through in the north pasture. These are the small tasks that give our lives structure and purpose. They are the anchors that keep us grounded in the reality of the physical world. We do not talk about the past, and we do not talk about the future. We only talk about the present and the work that needs to be done. It is a simple life, but it is a life that is full of meaning. After dinner, I go to my study and I sit at the desk. I look at the piece of paper with the instructions for the next inhabitants. I pick up the pencil and I write one more sentence at the bottom of the page. I tell them to remember that they are only the temporary guardians of the land. I tell them that the mountain was here long before they arrived and that it will be here long after they are gone. I tell them to treat the earth with respect and to listen to the silence. I set the pencil down and I feel a sense of completion. My work is done and my story is told. I walk to the window and I look out at the stars. They are bright and cold and they seem to be watching over the mountain with a silent intensity. I think about the vastness of the universe and the smallness of my own life. I am a tiny speck in the middle of an infinite sea of darkness, but I am a speck that is aware of its own existence. I am a part of the great mystery, and I am grateful for the chance to witness it. I feel a deep sense of peace and a profound sense of belonging. I am home and I am at rest. I wake up in the middle of the night and I hear the sound of the rain on the roof. It is a soft and rhythmic sound, and it brings a sense of calm to the room. I lie there in the darkness and I listen to the water falling on the earth. I think about the seeds I planted today, and I think about the thirsty ground soaking up the moisture. The rain is a gift from the sky, and it is the lifeblood of the mountain. I feel a sense of connection to the water and to the earth and to the sky. I am a part of the cycle of life, and I am content to be exactly where I am. The morning brings a thick fog that blankets the valley and hides the world from view. I go out to the porch and I stand in the middle of the white mist. It is like being in a dream where everything is soft and muted. I cannot see the wall and I cannot see the barn. I can only see the few feet of wood beneath my feet. I feel a sense of isolation, but it is not a lonely feeling. It is a feeling of being protected from the world. I am in a sanctuary of my own making, and I am safe from the demands of the outside world. I spend the morning in the shed sharpening my tools. I have a collection of chisels and saws and hammers that have served me well over the years. I take a whetstone and I rub it against the edge of a chisel until the metal is bright and sharp. I enjoy the sound of the stone against the steel, and I enjoy the feeling of the tool in my hand. A sharp tool is a joy to use, and it makes the work easier and more precise. I take my time and I do the job right. I am not in a rush and I do not have any deadlines. I am only interested in the quality of the work and the satisfaction of a job well done. Clara comes to the shed and she brings me a sandwich and a glass of milk. We sit on the workbench and we eat in silence. The fog is starting to lift and the shapes of the trees are beginning to emerge from the white mist. I watch the world coming back into focus, and I feel a sense of wonder at the beauty of the transformation. The world is constantly changing, and it is constantly being reborn. Every morning is a new beginning, and every day is a new opportunity to learn and to grow. I am 82 years old, and I am still learning. I am still growing. The afternoon is spent fixing the leak in the shed roof. I climb up a ladder and I remove the old shingles that have rotted through. I replace them with new pieces of cedar that I cut myself last winter. I use a hammer and nails and I drive the metal into the wood with a steady and rhythmic motion. The sound echoes through the woods and it feels like a song of construction. I am building something that will last, and I am protecting the tools that allow me to do my work. It is a simple task, but it is a necessary one, and I take pride in the doing of it. As I work, I think about the young woman who came to see me. I wonder if she is back in the city now, and if she is sitting in a room with glass walls and steel beams. I wonder if she is thinking about the stone wall and the old man on the mountain. I hope that she is. I hope that she carries the memory of the stones with her, and that it influences the way she builds her houses. I hope that she learns to value the permanent over the temporary and the real over the artificial. I hope that she finds the sense of belonging that I have found here on the mountain. The sun begins to set and the sky turns a deep shade of crimson. I come down from the ladder and I put my tools away. I walk to the edge of the woods and I look out at the valley. The fog has completely vanished and the world is clear and bright. I see the lights of the houses in the distance and I feel a sense of compassion for the people who live there. They are struggling to find meaning in a world that is obsessed with the superficial. They are looking for something that they will never find in a city of glass and steel. They need to come to the mountain and they need to touch the stones. They need to listen to the silence and they need to feel the breath of the wind. I go back to the house and I find Clara sitting by the fire. She is knitting a sweater for one of the children in the village and she looks peaceful and content. I sit down beside her and I take her hand in mine. We do not need to speak because we are both thinking the same thing. We are grateful for the life we have lived and we are grateful for the place we have found. We are at peace with ourselves and we are at peace with the world. We are home. The night is long and deep and the silence is absolute. I lie in bed and I listen to the heartbeat of the mountain. I feel the weight of the blankets and the warmth of the room. I think about the wall and I think about the stones. They are still there and they will always be there. They are the testament to my existence and they are the legacy I will leave behind. I am no longer a painter and I am no longer a hero. I am a man of the earth and I am a man of the seasons. I am finished with the paint and I am finished with the fame. I am ready for the rest that is coming and I am ready for the silence that will follow. I close my eyes and I drift off into a dreamless sleep. The next day is the Sabbath and we do not do any heavy work. We put on our best clothes and we walk down the trail to the small chapel in the woods. The chapel is a simple building made of logs and stone and it has a small bell that rings out across the valley. We sit in the wooden pews and we listen to the preacher talk about the beauty of the creation and the importance of the spirit. He is a young man with a kind face and a gentle voice. He does not talk about hell and he does not talk about sin. He only talks about love and he only talks about grace. I find his words to be a comfort and a reminder of the goodness that still exists in the world. After the service, we stand outside and we talk to our neighbors. They are simple people who live by the rhythms of the land. They are farmers and woodsmen and they have a deep respect for the mountain. They do not know about my past as a painter and they do not care. They only know me as the old man who lives on the ridge and who built the stone wall. They treat me with a quiet respect and they offer me their friendship. I feel a sense of community that I never felt in the city. I am not a celebrity here and I am not a curiosity. I am just a member of the group and I am grateful for the acceptance. We walk back up the mountain and the sun is warm on our backs. The birds are singing in the trees and the wildflowers are blooming along the path. I feel a sense of joy that is almost overwhelming. The world is so beautiful and the life is so precious. I want to hold on to this moment forever, but I know that I cannot. The only thing I can do is to experience it fully and to be grateful for the gift. We reach the gate and I look at the wall. It stands there like a silent sentinel and it reminds me of the importance of endurance. It has survived the winter and it will survive the summer. It is a part of the mountain now and it will remain until the mountain itself is gone. The afternoon is spent on the porch reading the scriptures. I find a passage that talks about the vanity of human ambition and the importance of the quiet life. It is a passage that resonates with me and it reinforces the choices I have made. I am not a man who needs the applause of the crowd and I am not a man who needs the recognition of the critics. I am a man who needs the sun and the rain and the earth. I am a man who needs the love of a good woman and the satisfaction of a hard day's work. I have found all of these things on the mountain and I am a wealthy man. As the shadows lengthen, I go to the kitchen and I help Clara with the preparations for the evening meal. We are having a roast chicken and vegetables from the garden. The smell of the food filling the house is a wonderful thing and it makes me feel hungry and alive. We sit at the table and we say a prayer of thanks. We eat slowly and we enjoy every bite. The food is a gift from the earth and it is a reminder of the abundance that surrounds us. We are blessed and we know it. The evening is spent by the fire. I sit in my chair and I watch the embers glowing in the hearth. I think about the young man I used to be and I think about the journey that brought me here. It has been a long and difficult road, but it has been worth every step. I have learned that the most important things in life are the things that cannot be bought and cannot be sold. They are the things that are found in the silence and the things that are found in the heart. I am at peace with my past and I am at peace with my future. I am exactly where I am supposed to be. The night is cold and the stars are bright. I walk out to the porch and I take a deep breath of the mountain air. It is crisp and clean and it fills my lungs with a sense of vitality. I look at the moon rising over the ridge and I feel a sense of awe. The world is a magnificent place and I am lucky to be a part of it. I turn and I walk into the house and I close the door. The warmth of the fire greets me and the love of my wife surrounds me. I am home and I am at peace and I am finished with the paint forever. The seasons continue to turn and the years continue to pass. I am 83 now and then 84. The work becomes harder and the body becomes weaker, but the spirit remains strong. I spend my days in the garden and my evenings by the fire. The wall still stands and the garden still grows. The mountain still watches over us and the wind still sings in the trees. I am a part of the cycle and I am content to be a part of it. I have found the secret of the mountain and I have found the meaning of the life. It is not found in the fame and it is not found in the fortune. It is found in the dirt and it is found in the stone. It is found in the love and it is found in the silence. I am a man of the earth and I am a man of the seasons and I am home. The sun rises over the eastern ridge and the light spills across the valley like a slow-moving river of gold. I stand on the porch and I feel the warmth on my face. It is the beginning of my 85th year and the air is filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. My joints are stiff and my hands are gnarled like the roots of the old apple trees, but I still find the strength to walk to the well. Every movement is a slow and deliberate act of will. I do not hurry because there is no place I need to go that is better than where I am. I lower the bucket into the dark depths and I listen to the splash. The sound is a hollow note that echoes against the stones. I pull the rope hand over hand and the muscles in my arms protest with a dull ache. It is a good ache. It is the ache of a man who is still alive and still capable of tending to his own needs. I carry the water back to the house and I see Clara standing at the stove. She is thin now and her hair is the color of the winter clouds, but her eyes are as bright as they were on the day we met. She does not speak, but she takes the bucket from me and she pours the water into the kettle. We move around the kitchen in a dance that we have practiced for 50 years. We know the location of every spoon and every plate. We know the sound of each floorboard that creaks and the way the light hits the table at 7 o'clock in the morning. We eat our porridge in the soft silence of the early hour. The steam rises from the bowls and the only sound is the ticking of the clock on the mantel. It is a steady and relentless sound that marks the passage of our lives. I do not fear the clock. I see it as a companion that reminds me to cherish the minutes that remain. After breakfast, I walk out to the stone wall. It has become my greatest work of art, and it is more beautiful than any canvas I ever painted in the city. The stones are covered in green moss and gray lichen, and they have settled into the earth as if they have been there since the beginning of time. I run my hand along the rough surface of a granite boulder, and I feel the history of the mountain. I find a small stone that has been displaced by the frost, and I pick it up. It is heavy and cold, and it fits perfectly in the palm of my hand. I place it back into the gap and I tap it into place with the heel of my hand. This is the only legacy I desire. I want to leave behind a wall that holds back the soil and a garden that feeds the birds. I want to leave behind a memory of a man who knew how to build things that lasted. The afternoon brings a visitor. It is the young man from the village who brings us our supplies once a month. He arrives on a small tractor and the sound of the engine breaks the peace of the mountain. He is a strong lad with a red face and a wide smile. He carries the sacks of flour and the tins of oil into the pantry, and he refuses to take any payment for his labor. He says that his father told him stories about the man who built the wall, and he considers it an honor to help us. I look at him and I see the vitality of youth and the innocence of a soul that has not yet been bruised by the world. I thank him and I give him a basket of apples from our orchard. He takes them with a nod of respect and he departs down the trail. The silence returns to the mountain and it feels even deeper than before. I sit in my chair on the porch and I watch the shadows grow long across the pasture. I think about the paintings that are hanging in the museums of the world. I think about the critics who wrote long essays about the meaning of my brushstrokes and the collectors who paid fortunes to own a piece of my soul. I wonder if they still talk about me or if I have become a footnote in a dusty book of art history. I hope that I am forgotten. I hope that the name Julian Vane has faded into the mist. If my work still lives, it should live on its own merit and not because of the man who created it. I am no longer that man. I am a part of the mountain, and the mountain does not have a name. It only has a presence. Clara comes out and sits on the steps. She rests her head against my knee and I stroke her hair. We watch a hawk circling in the sky and we follow its path as it soars on the thermals. The world is vast and we are small, but we are not insignificant. We are the witnesses to the glory of the day and we are the guardians of this small patch of earth. I feel a sense of profound gratitude for the woman at my feet. She could have had a life of luxury and fame. She could have walked the red carpets of Europe and worn the finest silks of the Orient. Instead, she chose to live in a cabin on a mountain and to work the soil with her bare hands. She chose me, and in doing so, she saved me from the emptiness of my own ambition. The sun sinks below the horizon and the sky turns a bruised purple. The first stars begin to appear and they are like diamonds scattered on a field of black velvet. I feel a chill in the air and I know that the autumn is coming. The leaves will soon turn red and gold and the wind will grow sharp and cold. We will gather the wood for the winter and we will store the potatoes in the cellar. We will hunker down against the storms and we will wait for the spring. It is a cycle that never ends and I am happy to be a part of it. I help Clara to her feet and we go inside to the warmth of the hearth. I spend the evening writing in my journal. I do not write about the past and I do not write about the world outside. I write about the way the light caught the wings of a dragonfly and the way the rain felt on the dry earth. I write about the taste of the bread and the smell of the wood smoke. These are the things that matter. These are the things that are real. I write until my hand grows tired and the candle burns low. I set the pen down and I close the book. It is a record of a life lived in the present tense. It is a testament to the beauty of the ordinary. The night is quiet and the dreams are peaceful. I dream of the mountain and I dream of the stones. I dream that I am a part of the wall and that I am holding back the weight of the world. I wake up before the dawn and I feel a sense of clarity that is almost painful. I know that my time is short. I can feel the life receding from my limbs like the tide going out from the shore. I am not afraid. I have lived a full life and I have found the peace that passes all understanding. I have done the work I was meant to do and I have loved the woman I was meant to love. There is nothing left to achieve and there is nothing left to prove. I get out of bed and I walk to the window. The world is gray and silver in the pre-dawn light. I see the silhouette of the barn and the dark line of the woods. I see the wall stretching out across the slope and I feel a sense of pride. It is a good wall. It is straight and true and it will stand for 100 years. I go to the kitchen and I light the fire. I want the house to be warm when Clara wakes up. I want her to feel the comfort of the flames and the smell of the coffee. I want her to know that she is loved and that she is safe. The morning passes in a blur of small tasks. I mend a tear in my coat and I sweep the floor of the porch. I walk to the garden and I pull a few weeds from the rows of carrots. I move slowly and I breathe deeply. The air is cold and it tastes of snow. I look up at the peaks and I see that they are already white. The winter is coming early this year. I go to the woodshed and I begin to split the logs. I lift the axe and I bring it down with a sharp crack. The wood splits cleanly and the smell of fresh cedar fills the air. I work until my chest heaves and my forehead is damp with sweat. I stack the wood in neat rows and I feel a sense of satisfaction. We will be warm this winter. I stop to rest and I sit on a stump. I look at my hands and I see the scars and the calluses. They are the hands of a laborer and not the hands of an artist. They are the hands that have built a home and a life. I prefer them this way. The paint has long since been washed away and the smell of turpentine has been replaced by the smell of the earth. I am a man of the mountain and I am proud of the transformation. I am no longer the man who sought the approval of the world. I am the man who seeks the approval of the silence. Clara joins me in the woodshed and she brings me a cup of cider. We sit together on the woodpile and we look out at the valley. We can see the smoke rising from the chimneys of the houses below and we can hear the distant barking of a dog. The world is still there, but it feels like a dream. It feels like a place that we visited a long time ago and have no desire to return to. We are content in our isolation. We are satisfied with our small world. We have everything we need, and we have more than we deserve. The afternoon is spent in the study. I look at the sketches I made when I first arrived on the mountain. They are simple drawings of trees and rocks and birds. They do not have the technical brilliance of my early work, but they have a soul that the other paintings lacked. They were made for no one but myself, and they were made out of a pure love for the subject. I take a piece of charcoal and I draw a picture of the wall. I draw the way the stones fit together and the way the moss grows in the cracks. I draw the endurance and the strength of the granite. When I am finished, I look at the drawing and I smile. It is the best thing I have ever done. I do not need to show it to anyone. I do not need to hear the praise of the critics. I know what it is, and that is enough. The sun begins to set and the sky turns a deep shade of gold. I go to the porch and I watch the light fade from the peaks. I feel a sense of stillness that is deeper than any I have ever known. I think about the life of Julian Vane and I think about the man I am now. They are two different people and they belong to two different worlds. The painter was a creature of the city and the man on the mountain is a creature of the earth. The painter is dead and the man on the mountain is finally alive. I am happy that the transition is complete. I am happy that I have found my way home. The evening is spent in the company of the fire. Clara is reading a book and I am sitting in my chair. We do not need to talk because the silence is full of meaning. We are two old people who have found the secret of life and we are content to keep it to ourselves. The secret is that there is no secret. There is only the work and the love and the mountain. There is only the present moment and the beauty of the world. There is only the silence and the peace. We go to bed as the moon rises, and we sleep the sleep of the just. I wake up in the middle of the night, and I hear the sound of the wind. It is a wild and lonely sound, and it makes me feel the power of the mountain. I think about the wall, and I know that it is standing firm against the gale. I think about the seeds in the earth, and I know that they are waiting for the spring. I think about the stars in the sky, and I know that they are watching over us. I feel a sense of belonging that is so strong it brings tears to my eyes. I am a part of the great mystery and I am grateful for the chance to witness it. I am at home and I am at rest. The morning brings the first snow of the season. The world is white and silent and the trees are covered in a heavy blanket of frost. I go out to the porch and I breathe in the cold air. It is a new world and it is a beautiful world. I walk to the edge of the woods and I look at the tracks of the deer in the snow. I follow them for a while and then I return to the house. I see the smoke rising from the chimney and I see the light in the window. I see the woman I love waiting for me at the door. I am 85 years old and I have everything I ever wanted. I have the mountain and I have the silence and I have the peace. I am finished with the world and the world is finished with me. I am home. I spend the day by the fire and I think about the people who will come after us. I hope that they find the same joy in the mountain that we have found. I hope that they treat the earth with respect and that they listen to the silence. I hope that they build their own walls and that they plant their own gardens. I hope that they learn to value the real over the artificial and the permanent over the temporary. I hope that they find the sense of belonging that we have found. I am leaving them a good piece of land and a sturdy house. I am leaving them a wall that will stand for 100 years. I am leaving them the memory of a man who knew how to live. The evening comes on and the snow continues to fall. I sit with Clara and we watch the flakes dancing in the light of the window. We are old and we are tired, but we are happy. We have lived a good life and we have found the peace that we were looking for. We are ready for whatever comes next. We are ready for the rest and we are ready for the silence. We are at peace with ourselves and we are at peace with the world. We are home. I reach out and I take her hand and I feel the warmth of her skin. We sit in the silence and we watch the snow and we are content. The mountain is our home and the silence is our song. We are the guardians of the land and we are the witnesses to the glory. We are finished and we are at rest. The morning light is a pale gray and it filters through the frost on the window panes like the glow of an ancient pearl. I wake before the sun is fully visible and I feel the weight of the years in the very marrow of my bones. It is a heavy weight, but it is not a burden. It is the weight of a life that has been lived with intention, and it is the weight of a body that has earned its rest. I move my legs beneath the heavy wool blankets and I feel the slow pulse of my blood. I am 86 years old today and the number feels like a hollow shell that has no power over the spirit that dwells within. I look at Clara and she is still asleep. Her breathing is shallow and rhythmic and her face is a map of every joy and every sorrow we have shared. I do not wake her. I want her to linger in the soft safety of her dreams for as long as the shadows allow. I rise from the bed and I find my clothes by the chair. I pull on the thick trousers and the flannel shirt that smells of lavender and old cedar. My fingers are slow and they fumbled with the buttons, but I do not grow frustrated. I have learned that the clock of the world is not the clock of the soul. I walk to the kitchen and I rake the embers of the fire. I add a few splits of dried oak, and I watch the orange sparks dance upward into the black throat of the chimney. The heat begins to radiate across the room, and I stand there with my hands outstretched to catch the warmth. It is a simple thing to make a fire, but it is a thing that connects me to every man who has ever sought shelter on this mountain. We are all seekers of the flame, and we are all keepers of the light. I fill the iron kettle and I set it on the stove. I watch the steam begin to curl from the spout and I listen to the singing of the metal as it expands. This is the music of my life. It is not the grand symphony of the city or the loud applause of the galleries. It is the quiet song of a house that is alive. I take my mug to the window and I look out at the white world. The snow has stopped falling, but the drifts are deep against the side of the barn. The wall is a dark line that cuts through the white expanse and it looks like a spine that holds the mountain together. I feel a deep sense of pride when I look at those stones. They have seen the seasons come and go and they have held their ground. They do not ask for recognition and they do not seek praise. They simply are. I hear the floorboards creak behind me and I know that Clara is awake. She enters the kitchen wrapped in a thick shawl and she smiles at me with a tenderness that makes my heart ache. She does not say happy birthday because we have moved beyond the need for such labels. She simply touches my arm and she leans her head against my shoulder. We stand there for a long time and we watch the sun begin to break through the clouds. The light hits the snow and it turns into a field of diamonds that is too bright to look at directly. It is a glorious sight, and it is a gift that we receive every morning. We do not take it for granted. We know that every sunrise is a miracle, and we know that our time to witness them is growing short. We eat our bread and we drink our tea in the golden light. The house is warm and the smell of the wood smoke is comforting. I tell Clara that I am going to walk to the orchard to check on the trees. She looks at me with concern, but she does not try to stop me. She knows that I need to be among the living things of the earth. She knows that the mountain is my church and the trees are my congregation. I put on my heavy coat and my boots and I step out into the cold. The air is so sharp that it stings my throat, but it also makes me feel vibrant and alert. I sink into the snow up to my knees, but I push forward with a steady rhythm. I am a man of the earth, and I will not be deterred by a little winter weather. I reach the orchard, and I see the apple trees standing like silent sentinels in the white field. Their branches are bare, and they are covered in a thin crust of ice. I walk to the oldest tree, and I place my hand on its rough bark. I can feel the life that is hidden deep within the wood. The tree is not dead, it is only sleeping. It is gathering its strength for the spring, and it is waiting for the call of the sun. I find a sense of kinship with the tree. I too am in a season of waiting. I am waiting for the final transformation, and I am waiting for the ultimate peace. I do not fear the winter of my life because I know that it is a necessary part of the cycle. I know that there is a purpose to the cold, and I know that there is a reason for the silence. I spend an hour in the orchard, and I clear the heavy snow from the lower branches. It is hard work, and my breath comes in ragged gasps, but I feel a sense of accomplishment. I am still useful. I am still a steward of this land. I turn to head back to the house, and I see a fox standing at the edge of the woods. Its fur is a brilliant red against the white snow, and its eyes are dark and intelligent. We look at each other for a long moment, and I feel a connection that defies explanation. The fox does not fear me, and I do not fear the fox. We are both creatures of the mountain, and we are both trying to survive in a world that is beautiful and harsh. The fox barks once, and then it vanishes into the shadows of the pines. I smile, and I continue my walk. When I return to the house, I find that the young man from the village has left a box on the porch. I open it, and I find a fresh loaf of bread and a jar of honey. There is a note written in a shaky hand that says it is from his mother. She remembers the paintings I did of the valley many years ago, and she wants us to know that we are not forgotten. I take the box inside, and I show it to Clara. We are moved by the kindness of the people below. We have lived apart from them for a long time, but we are still a part of the community. We are the old ones on the hill, and we represent a link to a past that is slowly fading away. I am glad that they remember us, but I am even more glad that they respect our desire for solitude. The afternoon is spent in the small room that I use for my journals. I sit at the desk, and I look at the stacks of notebooks that fill the shelves. They are the record of my transition from a man of the world to a man of the mountain. I open a volume from 20 years ago, and I read the words I wrote when I first put down the brush. I was so full of anger then. I was so tired of the games and the lies of the art world. I wanted to escape, and I wanted to hide. I read the words now, and I feel a sense of compassion for that younger version of myself. He did not know that he was not running away from something, but rather running towards something. He did not know that the mountain was not a hiding place, but a home. I pick up my pen and I begin to write. I do not write about the anger or the escape. I write about the way the light looks when it hits the ice on the apple trees. I write about the eyes of the red fox and the way the snow feels beneath my boots. I write about the love of my wife and the warmth of the fire. These are the things that occupy my mind now. These are the structural beams of my existence. I write for 2 hours, and I do not stop until the light begins to fade. I close the book, and I feel a sense of relief. I have captured the essence of the day, and I have given it a place to live. I have honored the moment, and I have honored the mountain. I go back to the main room, and I find Clara sitting by the window. She is looking out at the road, and she tells me that she saw a hawk circling the barn. We talk about the hawk, and we talk about the fox. We talk about the bread and the honey. We do not talk about the future, because the future is a concept that has lost its meaning. We only have the now, and the now is enough. We prepare a simple meal of soup and bread, and we eat it by the light of a single candle. The flame flickers in the draft, and it casts long shadows on the walls. We look like two ghosts sitting in an ancient hall, but we feel more real than we ever did in the bright lights of the city. After dinner, I go out to the porch one last time. The stars are out and they are so thick that they look like a veil of silver lace draped across the heavens. I look at the constellation of the Hunter and I look at the North Star. They have guided sailors and travelers for thousands of years and they are guiding me now. I feel a sense of insignificance that is strangely comforting. I am a tiny speck on a small planet in a vast universe. My worries and my triumphs are nothing in the face of the infinite. This realization does not make me feel small, but rather it makes me feel connected. I am a part of the grand design and I am playing my part. I go back inside and I lock the door. I walk to the bedroom and I see that Clara has already turned down the covers. I lie down beside her and I feel the warmth of her body. I reach out and I take her hand and I hold it tight. We do not speak, but we understand. We are the two halves of a single soul and we have traveled a long road together. I close my eyes and I listen to the wind howling around the eaves of the house. It is a wild sound, but it does not frighten me. I am safe and I am warm and I am home. I fall into a deep and dreamless sleep and I am content to let the world go on without me. The next morning I wake up and I feel a strange lightness in my chest. It is as if the gravity of the earth has lost its grip on me. I look at my hands and they seem translucent in the morning light. I get out of bed and I find that I can move without pain. The stiffness is gone and the ache is a distant memory. I walk to the window and I see the mountain in all its glory. It is covered in a fresh layer of snow and it looks like a temple of white marble. I feel a pull toward the peaks and I know that it is time. I turn to look at Clara and I see that she is still sleeping. She looks peaceful and she looks beautiful. I whisper a final thank you to her and I walk out of the room. I do not put on my coat and I do not put on my boots. I walk out onto the porch and I feel the cold air on my skin, but it does not bite. It feels like a caress. I walk down the steps and I head toward the wall. I touch the stones one last time and I feel the strength and the permanence of my work. I have left something behind that will last. I have made my mark on the earth. I continue past the wall and I begin to climb the slope. I move with a grace and a speed that I have not known since I was a young man. I am running now and the snow does not slow me down. I am climbing toward the light and I am climbing toward the silence. I reach the ridge and I look back at the valley. I see the little house with the smoke rising from the chimney. I see the orchard and the garden. I see the life that I built with my own two hands. It is a beautiful life and it is a finished life. I turn away from the valley and I look toward the high peaks. The sun is rising and the sky is a brilliant gold. I feel a sense of joy that is so intense it is almost unbearable. I am no longer Julian Vane the painter and I am no longer the man of the mountain. I am the light and I am the wind and I am the stone. I am the silence and I am the peace. I take one last breath of the mountain air and then I step into the light. The mountain remains. The seasons continue to turn and the years continue to pass. The wall stands firm against the frost and the garden grows in the spring. The wind still sings in the trees and the stars still watch over the valley. The house is quiet now and the fire has gone out, but the love that was shared within its walls remains. It is a part of the earth and it is a part of the air. It is a legacy that cannot be bought and cannot be sold. It is the most important thing in life and it is the only thing that lasts. The man is gone, but the peace remains. The story is finished and the silence is complete. I am the earth and I am the sky. I am the river and I am the stone. I have found the meaning of the life and I have found the secret of the mountain. It is found in the dirt and it is found in the love. It is found in the silence and it is found in the heart. I am exactly where I am supposed to be and I am home. The cycle is complete and the work is done. I am at peace with my past and I am at peace with my future. I am a part of the magnificent world and I am lucky to have been a part of it. I am finished with the paint forever and I am finished with the world. I am home and I am at rest. The snow falls without sound and it covers the tracks of the man who walked toward the light. Inside the house, the air remains still, and the smell of the lavender and the old cedar lingers in the rooms. Clara wakes when the sun is high above the ridge, and she feels the cold side of the bed where her husband lay. She does not cry out, and she does not feel the sharp sting of panic. She has lived on the mountain long enough to understand the language of the silence, and she knows that the transition has finally come to pass. She rises and she wraps her shawl tight around her shoulders. She walks to the kitchen and she sees the empty chair and the cold hearth. She sees the notebook on the desk and she sees the pen that was laid down with such care. She touches the wood of the table and she feels the presence of the man who built it. He is not gone in the way the world defines absence. He has simply become a part of the house and a part of the mountain. She goes to the porch and she looks at the white expanse of the yard. There are no footprints because the wind has smoothed the earth into a clean slate. She looks toward the orchard and she sees the apple trees standing in their winter sleep. She looks toward the stone wall and she sees the strength of the foundation. She knows that the work is good and she knows that the land is safe. She thinks about the young man from the village, and she thinks about the mother who sent the bread and the honey. She realizes that the connection to the world below is not a chain but a bridge. She decides that she will stay in the house for as long as the mountain allows. She will tend the fire and she will watch the stars, and she will keep the memory of the painter alive in the quiet corners of the rooms. She is 84 years old and she is not afraid of the solitude. She is at home and she is at peace. The days turn into weeks and the winter deepens its hold on the valley. The snow piles high against the windows and the wind howls through the pines like a lonely wolf. Clara spends her time reading the journals and she finds herself laughing at the stories of their youth. She reads about the galleries in the city and the way the critics used to talk about the light in the paintings. She reads about the struggle to find the truth and the joy of finding the mountain. She realizes that the life they lived was a masterpiece of its own, and it did not need a frame or a museum to make it real. She adds her own words to the pages, and she writes about the way the frost patterns look on the glass. She writes about the taste of the herbal tea and the sound of the boards settling in the night. She is a witness to the beauty of the ordinary, and she is a guardian of the legacy. One morning in the late winter, a knock comes at the door. It is the young man from the village, and he is carrying a heavy sack of grain and a bundle of dried meat. He looks at Clara with eyes that are full of questions, but he does not ask them. He sees the stillness in the house, and he sees the way she stands with her back straight and her head held high. He knows that the old man is no longer there, and he bows his head in a gesture of respect. Clara invites him in, and she offers him a seat by the fire. They sit in the silence for a long time, and then they begin to talk. He tells her about the changes in the valley and the way the new road is being built near the river. He tells her about the children who are growing up and the elders who are passing away. He tells her that the people of the village still talk about the painter who lived on the hill, and they wonder if the mountain will ever give up its secrets. Clara smiles and she tells him that there are no secrets on the mountain. There is only the truth of the seasons and the reality of the earth. She tells him that the painter did not go away, but rather he went into the stone and the wood. She tells him that the wall will stand for 100 years and the trees will bear fruit for a generation. She gives him a small sketch that she found in the back of a drawer. It is a drawing of a single leaf, and it is done with such precision and love that the young man catches his breath. He holds the paper as if it is made of gold, and he thanks her with a voice that is thick with emotion. He promises to return in the spring to help with the garden, and he promises to keep the path to the house clear of brush. He leaves the house, and Clara watches him descend the slope until he is just a dark speck against the white horizon. The spring arrives with a sudden warmth that melts the snow and turns the creeks into rushing torrents of silver water. The earth wakes up with a sigh, and the first green shoots begin to poke through the mud. Clara goes out to the garden and she clears the dead leaves from the beds. She plants the seeds that they saved from the previous year, and she talks to the soil as if it is an old friend. She visits the orchard and she sees that the oldest apple tree is covered in pale blossoms. She stands beneath the branches and she feels the petals falling on her hair like a soft rain. She knows that the cycle is beginning again, and she knows that she is a part of the renewal. She is not lonely because the mountain is full of life and the air is full of whispers. She walks to the stone wall and she sits on the top ledge. She looks out at the valley and she sees the green fields and the blue ribbon of the river. She sees the smoke from the chimneys in the village and she hears the distant sound of a bell. She feels a sense of belonging that is deeper than any she has ever known. She is the keeper of the flame and she is the witness to the glory. She thinks about the man she loved and she knows that he is watching over her from the high peaks. She knows that they will be together again when the time is right and she is content to wait. She is at rest and she is at home. The years pass like clouds drifting across the sky. The young man from the village becomes a man of middle age and he brings his own children to the house on the hill. They help Clara with the harvest and they listen to her stories about the painter and the mountain. They learn to value the real over the artificial and the permanent over the temporary. They learn to listen to the silence and they learn to treat the earth with respect. The house remains a sanctuary and the wall remains a monument to the power of human hands. The memory of Julian Vane becomes a legend in the valley and the people speak of him with a sense of awe. They do not remember him for his fame or his money, but they remember him for the way he lived. Finally, the day comes when Clara feels the same lightness that her husband felt. She is 92 years old and her work is finished. She lies down in the bed and she looks out the window at the stars. She sees the constellation of the hunter and she sees the North Star. She feels the warmth of a hand in hers and she hears a voice calling her name from the shadows of the pines. She closes her eyes and she steps out of the shell of her body. She is no longer the woman of the house and she is no longer the widow of the painter. She is the light and she is the wind and she is the stone. She is the silence and she is the peace. She is home. The mountain remains. The house eventually falls into ruin and the orchard grows wild, but the stones of the wall stay in place. They are a part of the landscape and they are a part of the history of the land. The trees continue to bloom and the foxes continue to run through the woods. The seasons turn and the years pass and the mountain does not change. It is a place of mystery and it is a place of truth. It is a home for the spirit and a resting place for the soul. The story of the man and the woman is written in the earth and it is told by the wind. It is a story of love and a story of peace. It is a story that has no end because the mountain is eternal and the silence is complete. The valley below grows and changes. New houses are built and new roads are paved, but the hill remains a place of quiet. Sometimes a traveler will wander up the path and find the remains of the stone wall. They will run their hands over the rough granite and they will feel a sense of peace that they cannot explain. They will look out at the view and they will feel a connection to something larger than themselves. They will not know the names of the people who lived there, but they will know that they were happy. They will know that they found what they were looking for. The land remembers the touch of the honest man, and the air remembers the song of the faithful woman. The sun sets behind the peaks, and the shadows stretch across the grass. A red fox emerges from the woods and sits by the old stone wall. It watches the stars come out one by one, and it listens to the music of the spheres. The world is at rest, and the mystery is intact. There is no more anger and there is no more fear. There is only the mountain and the silence and the light. Every stone tells a story of a hammer and a chisel, and every tree tells a story of a seed and a sun. The paint has long since faded from the canvas, but the colors of the world remain vibrant and true. The journey is over and the destination has been reached. Everything is as it should be and the peace is absolute. I am the shadow on the grass, and I am the spark in the fire. I am the breath in the lungs of the deer, and I am the salt in the tears of the mourner. I have moved beyond the need for words, and I have moved beyond the need for time. I am a part of the great dance, and I am a part of the infinite light. The mountain is my witness, and the silence is my song. I am home, and I am at rest. The world is finished with me, and I am finished with the world. There is nothing left to say, and there is nothing left to do. The circle is closed, and the work is done. I am exactly where I am supposed to be, and I am at peace. The light fades into a deep violet, and the first owls begin to call from the hollows. The air is cool and smells of damp earth and pine needles. Down in the village, the lights flicker on and the people settle in for the night. They do not know that the mountain is watching over them, but they feel the safety of its presence. The wall stands as a silent guardian, and the orchard stands as a promise of sweetness. The life that was lived here was a good life, and it was a life that mattered. It was a life of intention and a life of grace. It was a life that found its home in the heart of the world. The silence is not an absence, but a presence. It is the sound of the universe breathing, and it is the sound of the soul at rest. All is well, and all is finished. I am home.